Check, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2, check, 1, 2.
When it comes to raising champions, only the best will do. At Purina Monoship, we're not just another food. We're the food company that champions first. Our lives not only to develop trusted distributors backed by decades of expertise. We don't stop there. With more than 120 years of research and innovations, more than 125 approved patents, you can trust that Milk Waters champions deserve the best. Yet we're not just investing in our stuff. We're investing in your youth, your future, our history. We're proud of the next generation. We're here to support them every step of the way on their journey to greatness. So if you're looking to raise champions, trust the feed that feeds champions. Purina Ownership, where champions are made. Let's continue to feed greatness. Visit purinamills.com/showfeed to learn more.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the fourth annual Cattlemen's Congress and Showman by Cattlemen for Cattlemen. Together we created a lasting legacy here in Limousin City. We are so proud to have each and every one of you here with us. Before we get started in the Jim Jordan Arena, please have you all rise for our national anthem.
By the way, I thought Roger left off.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Cattlemen's Congress. We're excited for this day in the Jim Jordan Arena. And right now, we can get started into a Herbert Jr. show. We're excited to welcome Judge Brian Fox in Colorado. Your first class is in Class 1 is your Jordan Spring Breaker Cats, Jordan May 2023. We're going to get started just a little bit into the Limousin and Texas show. We're excited to welcome Judge Bush, Prince, South Dakota. First class is in Division 1. Limousin show.
Well, good morning, everybody. Over here on the Limousin side, we're going to get kick-started with a nice pair of July females. I think two really nice heifers. For me, we're going to use the bigger growth, higher performing heifer there up front. I think that one's so neat and fresh there about her head and neck, smooth and angular in that shoulder and set back in her knee. I think she gets out and moves with comfort, still long-bodied, has enough power and rib cage underneath her. Heifer that's going to be second, maybe the more moderate of the two, maybe not quite as mature in her size quite yet, but I think a nice female that's got a lot of upside in terms of foot and bone underneath her, big pin when you get behind her. Nice pair of cattle. Let's go ahead and give those two young ladies a big round of applause for getting us started right today.
Well, congratulations over here in the Limousin ring, and a good way to start out your show this morning. First place, so go to back number 9180. That's TACB Lovey, exhibited by Tacey Baker of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. Second place in that class, exhibited by 9181. That's Karis Wilson of Marshfield, Missouri. We're now going to bring in Class 2 here in Division 1 of your Limousin show.
Just a single entry here in the second class, a really nice June female. You talk of one about that's real cool in terms of her presence up front, high attach, and in terms of that neck set and head level in terms of right out of the back side of her shoulder. We get to her hip, maybe want to lengthen that out, make her more secure there about the way she plants and pushes with that hock, but certainly a functional, neat looking, youthful kind of female for that young lady. Congratulations to her.
Well, good morning. Pleasure to be here this morning as we kick off the Hereford show. The heifer that's going to lead off is one that for me that just does so just in terms of her flexibility, one that I really like in her rib cage for this stage of the game. I think her main advantage over the heifer in second is just how she hooks up it right there behind her blade in through her heart girth. Just a really nice heifer to go ahead and start. Little smaller framed heifer here comes second, but everything fits on this one. She's good bodied. She's got the good running gear. I'd just like to tweak her, like I said, right there in behind her blade. She kind of wants to push up, and maybe that's just first row jitters, but that's an awfully nice heifer to go second. Third and fourth, maybe a little different types in comparison to each other. A little more moderate of the two here comes next. Just everything kind of balances on this one. She's good and underlined, nice in her shoulder. Maybe just wants to kind of push out up front every now and then. Like I said, maybe first time in the shoulder. Just giving them a little bit just in terms of that. She matures as that comes Heather next here is one that just really gives up too much just in terms of operation today. Maybe not quite as self-built as some of the other ones, but still has a nice look from the side. Really nice down the road. And the Heather there, just like the frees one up when she gets out on the go. She kind of wants to get a little tentative and uncoordinated, but that's still a high-quality cattle. Congratulations to all them junior exhibitors.
Well, congratulations. Back over in ring 2 results of Class 2 here in your Limousin show. First place went to back number 9182. That's AADC Lady Love 822 LET, exhibited by Westlin Elliott. Windsor, Maryland, with CeeLo 711, Alexandrite 2311 ET. Second place was exhibited by Sierra Claire and Cricket Collins, Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Third place exhibited by Ethan Espencheat of Marshalltown, Iowa. Fourth place will go to Emma Lynn of Purcell, Oklahoma. Fifth place exhibited by Gracie Gist of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma.
Over here on the Limousin side, I think a real fun class. A few more numbers for us to go ahead and sort through, and I think the one up front young man's heifer. That one hits me from the start. When she hit the ring, she's the most athletic in terms of her skeleton, just the way everything ties together. She's probably the greenest and skinniest in her kind, and to me that's refreshing here. As we have young May calves, I think it's early, and there's no problem to be fresh and good in their condition. She still has enough lower rib cage when you study her underneath. She's neat about her head and neck, smooth and good in her makeup. To me, I just love that one's build. That's where she goes ahead and starts. Heifer that's going to be in second, actually maybe one that grew on me as time went on. I think that one, just in terms of look, is really neat and balanced. Is she wowish just in terms of extension? Probably not, but she's so proportional in terms of her kind. She's bold in that upper rib cage, offering so much turn and shape out of her upper hip, and that's where I like over the heifer that's going to be in third. I think the one that comes in third is probably deeper and softer and more cowy just in terms of her center body. But maybe one we want to lengthen up and freshen up out of that hip from hooks to pins. Maybe just gets a little bit flatter down there into her stifle and twist when we get right behind the cattle. But I think that's a nice made, long, soft made kind of female there in terms of her center body. Heifer that's going to be fourth, maybe one that hit me harder to start the class. The further we study them, maybe take more concern with her front end skeleton. Maybe want to lean her back in terms of her shoulder and front knee, collect that front end skeleton together better as we get out and travel, because that's a level, big topped kind of female. It's got a lot of neat foot and bone underneath her. Just want to lay her back in that shoulder angle. Heifer that's going to come here and next, kind of a neat colored one from the traditional black, but I think one that's level and fresh and good in terms of her hair coat and present. Maybe one that just wants to roll to that outer ankle ever so slightly when we get behind the cattle, or step directly in front of them when they get going. Heifer that comes next, maybe just want to see her a bit further along, soften her up underneath, but a nice made, flexible kind of heifer. Fun class, let's give them a round of applause.
Well, congratulations in Ring 2, your Limousin Show, Division 1, Class 3, first place. We'll go to back number 9196 as SHSK Taylor 311 LET, exhibited by Cage Hill Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. Second place was exhibited by Kaya Cotting, Guthrie, Oklahoma. Third place, and congratulations, we'll go to Brant Gazaway, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Fourth place, exhibited by Colt Parkinson, Levelland, Texas. Fifth place will go to Bailey Hatton of Reelsville, Indiana. And sixth place, exhibited by Cecil Osborne. We'll now look to see your next class here in Division 1. This will be Class 4.
Really a nice heifer here to go ahead and start this particular class. One that I think just is so good in her center body. Young man gets her parked too, and she's just got that wild look up front. And a lot of times with that wild look, they don't come with them sort of proportions in terms of muscle, in terms of softness of their center, and still laid in good there at the point of her shoulder. For me, we guess the cattle to go, and she's easy in her top and just gets around with some ease. I like that heifer quite a bit. From there back, 2 and 3, the heifer in second comes a little more moderate package, but all her proportions for me is kind of what gets her over there. Heifer in second, I think she's a little stronger out there from hooks to pins. I like how that one's just got a little more elegant look. When she's on the move, she's a little more comfortable there. The heifer that comes third is one that'll get out and grab your attention because she's good looking. One that I think the longer she's out here, she gets a little lower in her pins, maybe wants to run downhill ever so slightly, but still, that's a high quality heifer going out in third. The heifer that comes next is one that I just like to change there in her knees. She gets a little more forward. I just like to set that back into her. Other than that, that one's just still real cowy in her overall look, good in her center body, got enough shape, enough muscle. Just like to maybe soften her up there from her knee back. Just wants to push that a little forward. Young man brings a big-footed, big-bone one that I think long-term's got a shot. She just wants to kind of be a little down-headed today, and I know that's not the fault. Young man's doing a very nice job getting her showed, but with that, she kind of wants to come apart in her shoulder, maybe just like to expand her there in her forerib. I like the heifer that comes next. This one's got a nice balanced look from the side. Today she gives up just a little in terms of center body, maybe wants to get a little outside, out of them front two, kind of wants to push them out, but still that's an up-headed, good-looking one that I think's got a nice future. Here's another heifer that you got to appreciate the pin with, and one that I think's got some power. For me, she just gets a little plainer there about her head and neck, maybe just doesn't quite balance as well as some of the other heifers above her. Another heifer here that I think comes next is just a really complete kind of moderate sort of heifer, probably just a little quicker for me today. Wish there was maybe just a little more elevation there out of her front end, but still one that I think is a real low producing type of cow as far as energy you got to put into a heifer like this. She's a little more moderate in her type and kind. Same can be said with the heifer that comes next. Excuse me. Same can be said with the heifer that comes next. Big-bodied one here that's still got a nice enough look. She just gives up a little too much in terms of power. Still got a cool back leg on her and does some things right. Just need to see more of her. And the young lady's heifer that rounds out the class is one that, excuse me, one that I think is just really neat in her design. She's long and level. Just gets a little plainer there about her head and neck. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 2 here in your Horned Hereford Show. First place, exhibited by Mason and Landry Allen of Nacona, Texas, with HMC Little Willow 405V. Second place, and congratulations go to Fallon and Gunnar Gore. Third place was exhibited by Lily Miles, Morgantown, Indiana. Fourth place, exhibited by Riley Gregory Rhodes of Carlinville, Illinois. Fifth place in that class, exhibited by Mark Kipton Lofton of Weston, Mississippi. Sixth place, exhibited by Karen Crew Cummins, Hollis, Oklahoma. Seventh place went to Emerson and Briar Fleischer of Knoxville, Illinois. Eighth place, and congratulations will go to Raylan Unwin of Wynwood, Oklahoma. Ninth place, exhibited by Maraxton Mims. And 10th place will go to Elena and Brooke Awe. Now in the ring will be Class 3. These will be Horn Spring heifer calves, born March of 23.
Just spin around. She's good. Over on this side, for the Limmies, talk about a stinger of a class. I think these top two were extremely good, and they're close. And I think one opinion to another, they could be flip-flopped either way. For me, I like this heifer up front. Just a nickel softer, more comfortable today, settling into the ring, and just, looking more athletic just in the way she handles her body today. I think that one's so neat and fresh, and just balance and proportion so good. She's soft about her feet and legs. She's awesome in terms of her rib cage underneath, big there out of her hip. Just looks maternal and cowy there from the side. I like that one a good bit. Now the heifer, if you look at data, this heifer that's going to be in second actually probably offers a nickel more performance, and I can see that. You get to the 3/4 angle or get right behind the cattle, she's bigger and stouter and wider there too. Her pins offers a cooler muscle shape. She's bold in that rib cage. Maybe today she's just not settling in and giving you that neat look. She's wanting to fight the halter ever so slightly, maybe not just reaching appropriately today, but I think those two heifers are highly competitive on this national level. Heifer that comes in third, definitely no slouch. She's the biggest footed, heaviest structured underneath, and certainly offers a soft and neat look there. Maybe one that just doesn't have that extra wow factor when we study her to her rear rib and flank and comparative to the two that precede her. Heifer that's going to come in fourth, just nice cattle, soft and good about her feet and legs. Just gets stuck in a good class where she's a little bit plainer in terms of her look, maybe not quite as fresh and neat about that hair coat presentation. Heifer that's going to come next, a big, long-bodied, high-performing kind of female just in terms of size and scale. We'd just like to match that with a little bit softer rib cage underneath, soften her up just to balance her with that look there from the side. Heifer coming next, we just need to lay her back in terms of her angles, allow her to settle in, read more comfortable, but a long, level-made kind of female there from the side. Congratulations to all of you youngsters. That was a good class.
Well, congratulations. Back in the Limousin ring, results of Class 4. First place exhibited by back number 9204. That's McKenna Richardson, Eureka, Kansas, with Richardson's Legacy 309L. Second place exhibited by Tacey Baker, Tecumseh, Oklahoma. Third place go to Kira Myers. Fourth place in congratulations, Turner Sanders. Fifth place exhibited by Ariel Elliott. And sixth place go to Turner Sanders. Now in the ring will be Class 5 here in Division 1 of your Limousin show. Well, for those of you just joining us here in the Jim Norick Arena in Ring 1 for your Junior Hereford show, we'd like to welcome your judge today, Mr. Brian Fox. Brian lives in Fort Morgan, Colorado with his wife Paula, kids Tyson, Hannah, and Emery. He's the manager of Blind Badger Ranch and has been there since 2007. He'd like to say a special thank you to AHA for the opportunity to sort through our Junior Herefords today. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome Mr. Brian Fox to Oklahoma City.
And again, once again, for those of you just joining us here in the Jim Norick Arena over in Ring 2 for your Limousin show, we'd like to welcome Mr. Tyler Bush of Britain, South Dakota, and Bush Angus. He's a sixth-generation owner and operator where they raise purebred Angus cattle and sell an annual bull sale every February. They'll be hosting their 50th annual sale in 2024. He attended Hutchinson Community College and South Dakota State University. He was the high individual for reasons and overall at Louisville in 2020. He's judged many state fairs, Hereford and Simmental Junior Nationals, the American Royal, and many jackpots across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Mr. Tyler Bush here to Oklahoma City.
One other nice class, and this heifer that's going to go lead off this class is one that I think is just so fresh and elegant in her design. She's laid in, when she relaxes here, she's laid in neat about the point of her shoulder. She'll give you a really cool look from the side, and with that, she transitions from her chest all the way through her center body as good as any in this particular class. I like the heifer in second. She doesn't come with quite that much rib today, maybe not quite as neat there up there in her head, but here's one that's got some shape, got some muscle, and we asked the cattle to go. That one's real good at the surface. A little bigger bigger framed heifer that comes next, a little bigger outline, one that I think just doesn't quite do it, and quite an elegant package. She wants to maybe push back and not just be as easy out of her front end and just relax and go in her spine, but still one you got to appreciate the body and the capacity and the foot that one brings to the table. Here's the challenging heifer of the class, because parked, this one will give you a cool enough look, and there's some really wild pieces on this one. When we ask the cattle to go, she just wants to get a little bit jammed up. I wish that one was just a little more maternal, a little more elegant about everything, but man, talk about power and bone. She's darn sure got it. From there back, this heifer here is just really complete. She's got a lot of the right pieces. I wish she was just a little better in the center part of her body. If she matures and comes with that and just kind of gets pulled apart there in her overall rib cage, that's an awfully nice heifer as well. Same can be said about the heifer next. She just wants to give up too much in terms of power for me. She kind of wants to come in at her hock when she goes away, but when she gets her park, still a lot of good in that female. And the heifer that rounds out is one that just probably gives up just a little too much today in terms of power and body. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Junior Hereford Ring. Results of our third class, the Horn Spring Heifer Calves. First place went to back number 30,029. That's LCC 0183, All Girl 323 LET, exhibited by Sally Graham, DeWitt, Michigan. Second place in that class, exhibited by Parker Irwin with BK Liberating Points 355 LET. Third place and congratulations goes to GGSC Stasi 20 LET, exhibited by Ella Elizabeth Deford of Jarrettsville, Maryland. Fourth place went to Kaya Rhodes of Ada, Oklahoma. Fifth place exhibited by Natalie Pitzik, South Salone, Ohio. Sixth place and congratulations go to Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California. And seventh place exhibited by Mary Elliott Martin of Auburn, Alabama. Now in the Junior Hereford Ring is Class 4 Horn Spring Heifer Calves, born at the beginning of March.
Another really tough pair over here on the Limmy side. I think these past two classes have been ultra competitive, and both females at the top, both of the classes are very good. I think it gets down to the little things, and you get to kind of pick what you like, and that's the fun part. This heifer up front to the young man's, for me, she's just fresher today. I think you read her, she's more elevated, tucked up in terms of her sternum and chest floor underneath. She's still proportional and good in terms of her rib cage, while still being fresh and good in that look. She's not over conditioned. I like her muscle pattern and with the skeleton when we get behind the cattle. Big, good footed, gets out and moves. So smooth and sought after just in the way her skeleton flexes when we get them out and travel. Heifer that's going to be in second, man, this one hits a guy hard from the start. So overwhelming, and just in terms of her center body, she's so big and maternal in her lower rib cage back into that rear rib and flank. Maybe when we get behind the cattle, surprisingly, she's not quite as wide pinned and powerful as the one that precedes her, but man, that one's got a lot of future just in terms of look, balance, softness, and skeleton there at the ground. Heifer that's going to come in next, a little different than the two that precede her, maybe a little bit more feminine refined, and just in terms of her bone work underneath, but I still think a balanced, good-made female that's level in her design and fresh in terms of her look, maybe just not overwhelming pieces like the two that precede her. Heifer that's going to come here in fourth, for me, that one just needs to get out and move better. When we get her set in motion, she wants to drop that shoulder forward, get up in her spine, read just a little rounder out of her hip. But that's big, powerful, high-performing cattle that you certainly got to appreciate. Heifer that's going to come in next, she just gets stuck at a tougher class. Maybe one that comes with a little bit more leather up front, just a little bit plainer in terms of her look, but shoulder back, you got to appreciate her cow, body type and muscle pattern, functional hind leg. She just gets a little bit more lost just in terms of look. Heifer that's going to come in next, maybe just a little bit more immature in this class just in terms of look. We'd like to see her just a little bit bigger, stouter, and woofier just in terms of body shape and layer back in that front shoulder. But a fun class. Let's go ahead and give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, congratulations in Class 5 over here in the Limousin ring. Results. First place goes to back number 9214. That's SHSK Lucy, exhibited by Dalton Miller of Traynor, Iowa. Second place and congratulations go to Carly Mae Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. Third place went to Ross Turner of Oolaga, Oklahoma. Fourth place was exhibited by Boss Lake Genetics of Parkland County, Alberta. Fifth place and congratulations, Doug and Cheryl Miller of Camdenton, Missouri. And sixth place will go to Kason Kaiser of Lufkin, Texas. We're now going to welcome in Class 6 here in your first division of our Limousin show.
what a nice class here. And the heifer that's going to lead off is one that I think is just so neat in how she's built. That one's good in her shoulder. She's so fresh and so elegant. One that I think is just going to be one of them ones that continues to progress and get better. Good in their angles, good at the surface. Just a really good heifer to go ahead and start. The heifer in second, much like the heifer that wins, maybe not quite as cool in her back foot and just her overall bone, but still one that does a lot of the things our class winner does in terms of just her arrogance and elegance on the move. Someone that's so loose top. The heifer that goes ahead and comes in third, here's the power cow. She's wide pinned and stout with all that power. Gets maybe just a little coarser there about her head and her shoulder. Maybe like to refine that about her just a little. Excuse me. The heifer that comes next is one that I think has got so much good into her because she's big body. I just wish there was more of her. She's not quite as pulled apart when you get behind the cattle, but that's good livestock when you sit and study her from the side. Just like to see a little more of her. The heifer that comes next is one that for me just isn't quite as good in her center body today. She just wants to get a little outside of herself up front, but still one that I think's got some good. Much can be said about the heifer next. Excuse me. Heifer next. She just gets a little frailer at the surface for me. Maybe like to change that about her. The one that comes next here just gets a little plain and coarse about her head. Like to maybe just soften her up in her heart. One that I think just long term, she's an easy, efficient type of cattle. Wish just that one was just a little more balanced with a little more look. And the two heifers that round out the class, I'd like to free this one up in her movement. She wants to get a little rigid off all four, just like to soften her up. And the heifer that rounds out, much can be said the same, just like to get that one softer in her body and let her just go a little easier.
Get through another strong class here on the Limmy side, and I think the two heifers towards the top sort themselves fairly handily in my mind. The one up front I think maybe just has a nickel more wow factor. You get to the 3/4 front view on that one. She's so bold and awesome in terms of her rib cage, offers a really good spring and turn to her upper rib cage. You get back here, you love the set to her rear leg, how comfortable she is there out of her hip and hind leg. I think that one just balances, proportions, and offers that sweet look. Young lady does a heck of a job getting that one stuck. Young man that's going to come in second, surely a big growth female, just in terms of her size and performance, and she matches that with enough rib cage and sweep there underneath to balance and proportion from the side. Maybe one that's just a little bit more flat in terms of her body type and back to her pins in comparison to the one that precedes her, but there's no doubt that's still high quality cattle there to stay in second. The heifer that's going to come here in third, a nice red-colored female, and she's probably the cowiest, real maternal kind of female just in terms of her build. I think that build will hold up and sustain here in production. I think a lot of useful pieces just in terms of power, performance, and stoutness when you get on top of the cattle there and that red heifer. The heifer that's going to come in next, you look at the paper here, and she's the most impressive just in terms of her performance genomics, and certainly as a bull guy, I appreciate that about her. But when we get the cattle set in motion, we just want to see her kick back and push off with a nickel more authority there out of those rear two, especially as we study her into her upper hip. She just wants to get a little bit tighter and rotate ever so slightly. That's getting picky on a nice heifer. One that's going to come in next, maybe just not quite as soft and ready today as the ones that precede her, but man, one that's cute, real neat about her head and neck and smooth in that shoulder type. We just want to soften her up underneath a little bit more. But that's a fun class. Congratulations to all of you.
Well, back over in the Hereford ring, results of that last class. First place exhibited by Ella Weldon, Piedmont, Oklahoma, with EXR Bailey's McKee, 3249 ET. Second place, and congratulations to Cruz Collier of Bruno, Idaho. Third place was exhibited by Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. Fourth place went to Caroline Munson, Shallow Water, Texas. Fifth place was exhibited by Holly Perry of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. Sixth place in that class exhibited by McKenna and Morgan Rogers. Seventh place went to Hunter and Cole Smith. Eighth place and congratulations went to Marilyn Petcha. And ninth place exhibited by Aniston Shockley. Now in the ring, our judge, Mr. Brian Fox, will select his first division here in your junior Horned Hereford show. Back over in the Limousin ring, results out of Class 6, first place exhibited by Super C Limousin of Altoona, Kansas, with SC Libby 550 LET. Second place exhibited by Clayton Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Third place under Bruce L. Lawrence of Anton, Texas. Fourth place exhibited also by Bruce Lawrence, and fifth place to Leighton Jane Strait. Now the ring is Class 7 here in Division 1.
Well, if you would, put your hands together for all these Hereford exhibitors. What a nice lineup here to kick off the show, and it's been a challenge, no doubt, in these calves, but there's a lot of quality. There's a lot of cattle that are going to progress and get better as they go. There's a couple for me that hit me hard right from the beginning. I'll go show you my champions within this particular division. Congratulations to all these young people.
Well, congratulations here in your first division of our Junior Horned Hereford Female Show. Your champion goes to Ella Weldon, Piedmont, Oklahoma, with EXR Bailey's McKee 3249 ET, bred by Express Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma. And congratulations, reserve in that division, exhibited by Landry and Mason Allen, Nacona, Texas, with HMC Little Willow 405, exhibited once again by Landry and Mason Allen, and bred by Cole Heiser of Mildredsville, Ohio. We'll now look to start your next division here in the Horned Hereford Show, Class 5. These will be junior heifer calves born February of 23.
We get through another class here of March females on the Lemmy side, and I think it's a fun one because it's really deep all the way through. I think it offers some challenge and sort, and that's the interesting thing. But no doubt, this heifer up front walks in, and she's got to start here on my card. I think just one in terms of balance. She proportions so well, just in terms of rib cage, foot, bone, hip structure, and balance from the side. Is she the neatest, the most tucked up about her throat? Absolutely not. But she doesn't need to be, because shoulder back, she's able to match that with the right kind of body shape, power, and just overall substance, and still can get out and flex those feet and legs like she needs to. The neater headed and necked one comes here, and the one in second. She's tighter about that throat, more tucked up about her chest floor. Although there's times where I'd maybe get to the side profile on that one, maybe just like to see her nickel softer back to that rear ribbon flank, but that's just in comparison to the one that's going to precede her, because that's an awfully nice heifer therein too. Heifer that's going to come in third actually grows on me here as this class goes on. When we compare to the two that precede her, she's maybe not quite the same size and stature here yet today, but that one's got a lot of future. You study her feet and legs underneath, she gets out and move, comfortable and soft in terms of her flexibility. She's awesome in terms of her rib cage underneath. The way she transitions there from her heart and forerib back, I think that one's fun and has a lot of future. Just in comparison, maybe not quite the size. Heifer that's going to come here next, I think I love that one's youthfulness, just freshness today. Maybe a different kind than the ones that precede her, not quite the same aggressive size of foot and bone underneath her. Maybe gets just a little bit tighter there in her terms of movement when we get out and go, but that's a nice heifer. One that's going to come next, for me, I think she's got some neat pieces. Maybe just at times doesn't balance quite as well as a couple of them. Maybe a little thicker about that neck, maybe doesn't quite have the same flank, and being short on that tail just throws off her balance ever so slightly from the side, but I get it. I got a lot of cattle at home that are missing tails that got stepped on, and it's just kind of the breaks of the game, but you got a fun one there in that individual. Young man's got a nice heifer, long, level, fresh, and good in terms of her look. Maybe just a little bit immature today, but he's got a fun project for him. Let's go ahead and give him all a round of applause.
Well, congratulations in the Limousin ring. Results of Class 7. First place went to back number 9223. That's Carly Mae Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma, with KMHSLL Cool Cat 316 LET. Second place, and congratulations, McKenna Richardson, Eureka, Kansas. Third place went to Leah Hazel Byers of Kingsport, Tennessee. Fourth place, exhibited by Corbin Robbins, Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Ava Miller of Traynor, Iowa. And sixth place will go to Colton Taylor of Lufkin, Texas. Now on ring 2 will be Class 8. This will be your final class here in Division 1.
We get through just a class of 5 here on the Limmy side, and boy, a real tough class. 2 heifers towards the top of this deal that are certainly big time in their own right. Pretty different in terms of type and kind. If I had to give you my honest opinion, I like the one up front. For me, she's a little neater just in the way she attaches there out of the top side of her blade, smoother to the point of that shoulder, and still has a nice, soft, easy look there from the side in terms of her lower rib cage and flexibility there out of her hip, and still has plenty of power when you get to that 3/4 or get right on top of the cattle. I think she's plenty big in terms of my mind right now, but I still think a nice one there to go ahead and start. Really good one there in second. Talk about big-footed, heavy-structured, stout, and powerfully constructed from all angles. That's the name of the game for this heifer. For me, she's maybe not quite as soft and neat there in terms of her underline as the one that precedes her, but that's no dock on her. That's just in a comparison manner. Maybe not quite as neat in the shape there of her head and neck directly when you get right on top of them, but 2 really good cattle there to start this class. Heifer that comes in third, I really like this one in terms of youthfulness and freshness, in terms of look. It's unfortunate she gets stuck in such a tough class because that's a level-made, good-looking heifer there from this side. Just gets a little out-horsed today. Heifer that comes in next, young lady's doing a heck of a job. Heifer wants to fight the halter ever so slightly for her, but she's sticking along with it. Maybe one just gets a little bit plainer there about her throat in comparison, but a nice made, flexible kind of female. Again, just gets stuck in a tough class where there's a couple that have a really high quality look. Young man's heifer's not maybe wanting to act right for him either, but he's doing a nice job. She does the fundamentals of good feet and good legs, maybe just not quite as stout and heavy and woofy today, but I think that's a nice female with a bright future. Congratulations to you 5 exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in our final class here in your first division of the Limousin Show. First place went to back number 9234. That's HB Whiskey 321 LET, exhibited by Zachary Buchanan of Waxahachie, Texas. Second place will go to Sailor Norvell of Tuttle, Oklahoma, with LJRJ Miss Living the Dream ET. Third place exhibited by Abigail Hutchins of Hawthorne, Florida. Fourth place went to Karina Schmalshoff of Avon, Illinois. In fifth place, go to Talia Labor of Hillsboro, Ohio. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in, and our judge, Mr. Tyler Bush, will select his champion reserve here in the first division.
Well, another interesting class, but no doubt when this one hit the ring, she's the one that grabs you. She's the one that's so awesome in her center body. She's big and bold in her rib, and then with all that body and power behind her, she's still flat enough, shouldered and elegant about her front end enough. We asked the cattle to go, and she has the advantage there just at the surface, just in terms of how she hits the ground. I like the dark red heifer. She's a little longer, and she's level out of her hip. Maybe not quite as just that outward turn to her rib shape, but still, if that one comes with that, that's an awfully nice sort of heifer. The heifer in third comes a little more moderate, and I'm all right with that. Everything kind of proportions with her. She's probably not quite as big-footed, probably not quite as just pulled apart as some of the cattle up above her, but boy, he gets her parked. Young man does a nice job showing. Just a really nice sort of heifer. The bigger framed heifer here comes next. I just need more of her. She gets a little frailer at the surface, probably just isn't quite pulled apart when you get behind the cattle, but that one is flat-shouldered and still awfully good looking. The heifer that comes next here, one that I think is just a nice, everything proportions right on this animal. She wants to get a little parallel in her body. I'd just like to give her just a little more natural softness, but that's still good sort of cattle. The heifer that comes next maybe just gets a little uncoordinated, maybe just like to free her up ever so slightly. She kind of wants to push up in the middle of her back there, maybe just needs softened up. Similar with the next couple of heifers here, ones that I think got some future and some value, maybe just doesn't quite have the body in this particular heifer. Thought she was a little wider pinned, and that's why she got over the heifer that's coming next. She gets a little frail at the surface here, this heifer. One that I think if she could just have a little more bone under, that one would just kind of proportion and balance just a little better. The heifer that comes next, one that you got to appreciate the pin with. She's got some back shape, out, some power in her. Maybe one that just wants to get a little plainer about her head and neck. Maybe just like to clean her up, make her a little more feminine there. And the heifers that round out the class, still high quality livestock, just maybe not quite some of the extras we're looking for, maybe not quite the body that we need today, but still high quality cattle. Congratulations.
We get what they tell me is our first division here on this Limmy side, and it's about more like a grand drive. There's a lot of classes out here, a lot of variation in age and size and just maturity patterns here today. I think they're all very high quality. The first and seconds that we get to bring out here, not going to go through all of them and talk them all over again. I think we did plenty of that in class. I think there's a handful of them out here that are certainly deserving to go ahead and win and be competitive in this division, but I only get to go ahead and pick two. So I'm going to take one more look, then we'll go ahead and get you a champion reserve for this first division. But first and foremost, let's put our hands together for the breeders and exhibitors on one heck of a fun division.
Well, congratulations over here in the Limousin Ring, Division 1. Your champion coming out of Class 8, Zachary Buchanan, Waxahachie, Texas, with HB Whiskey 321 LET. And congratulations, reserve in that first division, coming on to Class 8 as well. Back number 9231, Miss Sailor Norvell, Tuttle, Oklahoma, with LJRJ, Miss Living the Dream, ET. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now welcome in your first class in Division 2. This will be Class 9. Back over to the Junior Hereford Ring. Congratulations in our Class 5 Horn Junior Heifer Calves. First place was exhibited by Taos and Brazos Heck of Fitzhugh, Oklahoma, with BK Lasting Mark 385 LET. Second place in that class was exhibited by Karen Crew Cummins, Hollis, Oklahoma, with Purple HB Daenerys 21 LET. Third place was exhibited by Kaylin Kinder, Piedmont, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to Mason Roeder. Fifth place in that class exhibited by Wyatt and Quade McIntyre. Sixth place exhibited by Addison Conley and Davis Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. Seventh place We'll go to Carly, Leona, and Elsie Manternack of Bernard, Iowa. 8th place was exhibited by Champion Davis of Wheeler, Texas. 9th place went to Morgan and McKenna Rogers. 10th place in that class exhibited by Tegan Hames. 11th place went to Taylor Mars, and 12th place exhibited by Elizabeth and Sophia Henrich. Now in the rings, Class 6. These are Horn Junior Heifer calves born January of 23. We do have a correction over here in the Hereford ring. First place in that last class went to Karen Crew Cummings, Hollis, Oklahoma. Second place in that class will go to Taos and Brasos Heck. Again, that was a flip on 1 and 2 over here in the Horned Hereford ring.
After a fun and big division here on the Lemmy side, we go ahead and get kick-started into our Februaries and a real nice pair to go ahead and get us going. I think this one up front, just in terms of look and neatness there, in terms of head and neck, her throat into her chest floor, really good about that shoulder. Her body shape's neat. She's big to her pins and progressive there in terms of her underline. Maybe wants to fight the halter, get a little quick today, coming up just a nickel short in her step, but certainly still a sound and functional animal to go ahead and start the class. A little bit different type of female, a little bit more infantile in terms of her look, but I like it. I like that freshness and immaturity right now because I think she's going to be fun down the road. She's bigger footed, she's heavier structured, she's good in terms of her muscle shape there out of her hip and still balances so nice. I love when that one gets out and goes. Maybe just not quite as much heifer today as the one that precedes her, but certainly one to be reckoned with down the road. Heifer that comes in next just gets stuck in a tough class because I think she's functional cattle at the ground. She's level and complete in terms of her top line. Maybe just not quite as ready today, just in terms of woofiness and power, but a nice heifer that's going to be fun to feed on. Same goes for this heifer here in 4. Just a little skinnier today, maybe not quite the same size and power, but a sound, functional made female that can get out and go for the long haul.
Well, what another nice class. A little bit more challenging up here because there's good cattle all the way through. Just trying to decipher where I want to land. The heifer that's going to win is the one that, for me, just does the most things right. She's the most comfortable at her knee. I think she's the one that's just need enough about her shoulder and has just enough power for me. She ain't going to be the widest one of this top trio, but still, that's good livestock. That's maternal in her overall look. I love the freshness of that particular heifer. The heifer that comes second, I wish this one's hock would just get out and reach just a little bit better. She kind of gets to where it needs to be. It's just not probably quite as flexible for me. With all that, I just wish that one was just a little more athletic, but still, when you get on top of that one, she's got some back shape. She's got some muscle, just like to free her up. The heifer here that comes in third is one that kind of grabbed me right out the gate. The longer she's out here, that one needs to be relaxed in her shoulder. She comes with some extra shoulder width there. Maybe like to relax her in her knee ever so slightly, but that's a powerful, stout sort of heifer. The heifer that comes next, a little bigger frame sort of cattle. With all that frame, I just wish there was more of her. She kind of wants to get a little flatter there around out of her side. Just like to see a little more robustness in a heifer of that size. The heifer that comes next, for me, just gets a little too plain. She wants to get just a little average about her head and neck, but that's a moderate, good sort of female. Just like to give her a little extra look for me. And the heifer that rounds out the class is one that I think parked is a high quality livestock. She just doesn't get out and go like I'd like to see. Just need her to be a little more comfortable out of her rear too. Congratulations to all them junior exhibitors.
Well, congratulations back over in the Limousin ring. Results out of Class 9, first place went to Hogan Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana, with TSSL NEAL SA Kendall JET. Again, that was exhibited by Hogan Hendrickson. Second place went to Taylor Elmore of Homney, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Cecil Osborne. In fourth place went to Wyatt Jacoby. Now in the ring is Class 10 here in Division 2. Back over to the Junior Hereford ring. Results out of Class 6, your final division class in this division. First place exhibited by Olivia and Hadley Eubank of Oblong, Illinois, with RGR Katniss Reba 11Z 2296. Second place and congratulations went to Grant Ward, Oak Grove, Missouri. Third place went to Grady Gage and Graham Creamer of Waxahachie, Texas. Fourth place exhibited by Randall J. Peterson, Paris, Illinois. Fifth place went to Corey Stumpf of Columbia, Illinois. And sixth place exhibited by Gracie Gist of Fort Gibson, Oklahoma. Now in ring one will be your Horn Junior Heifer Calf division.
Well, what a nice division here. If you would, put your hands together for all these young people. For me, there's one out here that just kind of hit me hard when she come into the particular class, one that I think just does so many good things right. For reserve, it gets tight because the other three cattle for me are all kind of similar in their type and kind and got some good. I'll go show you my champion, take another look here quick for reserve. But congratulations to all these young people.
And congratulations over here in ring one, your champion Horn Junior Heifer Calf. We'll go to back number 30,055. That's Purple HB Daenerys 21 LET, exhibited by Karen Crew Cummins, Hollis, Oklahoma.
Really interesting class here on the Lemmy side of things. I think there's a lot of things to go ahead and find your way through and just kind of decipher and go through the details. But there's no question the one that wins this class has done so the whole time. That one's feet and legs are awesome. She's so sound and comfortable as we go. Presented to a T, she offers a really neat look there in terms of her balance from the side. Just a very complete, intriguing, unique kind of breeding piece there to start. The next three heifers, I think, are the ones you got to go ahead and find your sort through because there's a hole in each of them that I kind of take issue with. A heifer that I'm going to land on to be in second, when she's on the standstill and the young lady gets that one stuck, she's the most complete and like our class winner just in terms of look, foot, bone, body, and just shape there out of her hip. We set her in motion. Her underline gets a nickel more unattractive to me just in terms of navel. Maybe wants to jiggle just a little bit in terms of her foreflank. But I think we fixed that, and she's no doubt your second place heifer. The one in third's the most intriguing to me because I think on down the road she's going to be very competitive. She's just a nickel greener today, maybe a bit more shelly just in terms of her body type right now. But feet, legs, and skeleton certainly made for the long haul. The heifer that comes next, for me, right away, I liked a lot of things about her. You get that front angle on her, and that's where I take issue with her. She's a little bit longer and deeper about that blade, a little bit more erect there in terms of her front knee. Just wants to carry that head just a little bit more parallel to stay comfortable in terms of that front end structure. The heifer that's going to come in next, a level, complete, nice made kind of female. Maybe just doesn't have a couple of those wow factors as the ones that precede her, but a really complete and balanced kind of female. Just need a little bit more look at times, but a good heifer. Congratulations. The red female to me maybe just gets a little bit plainer, a little bit more off right there behind her blade. Maybe just doesn't pull together at some times, but a stout, heavy structured, good made kind of female just in terms of stoutness and power. Congratulations to that young man. What a fun class to evaluate.
Well, back in the Hereford ring, your reserve in that last division, coming out of the same class as our champion, back number 30,057. That was BK Lasting Mark 385 LET, exhibited by Towson Braceos Heck. We're now going to bring in Class 7 here in the Hereford ring. Those will be Horn Senior Heifer Calves, born November of 2022. Back in the Limousin ring, results out of Class 10. First place exhibited by J.C. Parrish of Liberty, Texas with Ratliff Legacy 301 LET. Second place went to Bailey Smith with SSUL How About Her 3204L. Third place and congratulations went to J&J Cattle of Snook, Texas. Fourth place went to Briar Baker of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. Fifth place exhibited by Kuaya Jorgensen of Morrison, Oklahoma. And sixth place went to Ridge Garrett of Crescent, Oklahoma. Now in ring two's Class 11 here in Division 2. We would like to remind everyone here in the Jim Norick Arena that at 2 o'clock we will start our Angus Super ROV Bull Show. Once again, that's 2 o'clock here in the Jim Norick Arena.
Well, another nice class, and the heifer that leads out from the start. This one was going to win. One that's just so comfortable at the surface, and one that just proportions and just balances so well for me. She's not the freakiest necked one like the heifer in second, but to put all that in such a nice package and a maternal look with some of the extra bone, some of the extra feature, and then still be that flexible, just a very nice heifer to go ahead and lead off this particular class. There's some sort from here back because there's different types and kinds. I ain't gonna tell you this one is maybe just 100 there in her hock. I'd maybe like to just let her just be a little more attractive how she uses it. But man, when she gets her park, that's a good looking one that still has enough heart girth, enough rib cage for me. Still one that, like I said, just gives you such a neat enough look and puts it all in a nice maternal package. Just maybe like her to just get out and just be a little more attractive how she handles that rear leg. This heifer, the dark heifer, I gravitate towards her when she comes in, and when she gets her showed and gets it kind of pulled out of her, it all comes together. She gets a little plain right there behind her blade. She kind of wants to come pulled apart there. I think she just needs time there, maybe fill in her heart, maybe one that just needs to be a more level and easy. She kind of wants to run downhill, but that's an awfully good heifer to go out in third. The heifer that comes next just gets a little plain for me. One that just is a little plainer there about her throat latch and her head. Wish she just maybe had some little more bone work under her to go ahead and match that. And if she had that, I think everything would just balance a little better for me. The heifer that rounds out the class is one that's long bodied and long hipped, just gets a little parallel in her body. Like to just soften her up and her movement in her body, but still a very nice set of heifers from top to bottom. Congratulations.
Fun class here on the Limmy side. A nice class of 4. I think this top pair is intriguing and fun to kind of break down. Completely different in terms of their own type and kind. The longer the young lady's heifer out front was out here, the more I found things that I kind of admire about that heifer. She's big-footed, she's heavy structured, she's awesome in terms of body shape and genuine power, just true dimension, and then offers such a balanced and good look there from the side. Is she the longest and squarest out of her hip when she gets out and moves? Not quite as long and square as the one in second, but still gets out and trucks like one needs to, being flexible. This heifer wants to fight the halter here in 2, but there's a lot of things I love about her. The way she reaches and flex with that front leg, she really puts it out there and grabs that next step and pulls it into her. She's awesome in that shoulder shape, function of that hind leg. The difference between the two for me, she's maybe not quite as stout, maybe not quite as full and good and bold there in terms of her heart and forerib when we get to studying there from the side. One that comes in next, we like that one size, performance, stoutness, and power. Just doesn't get out and truck like we need to. Gets a little bit shorter, strided off those rear 2. Heifer that's going to come in next, she's maybe just a little bit more upright in terms of her shoulder angle. Maybe not quite as mature and heavy in her type and kind today as a couple of the others, but certainly a level-topped, square-hipped kind of female that has some femininity to her. Maybe just want to lay her back in some angles.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Hereford ring, results of Class 7 here in your Horn Senior Heifer Calf class. First place to go to Landry Allen of Nacona, Texas with BACC 25, Landry's Candy 271. Second place was exhibited by Kaya Rhodes of Ada, Oklahoma. Third place go to Aiden and Atlee Kleinman of Wentworth, Missouri. Fourth place exhibited by Bailey and Shelby Pearl. And fifth place went to Ashton Gambill. Now in the ring is Class 8. These are Horn Senior Heifer calves born October of 2022. Back over in the Limousin ring, results out of Class 11, first place exhibited by Zadie Grace Eagers of Humboldt, Kansas with Ratliff Lights Out 307 LET. Second place and congratulations to Jamie Vinton of Glenwood, Iowa. Third place go to Ashley Schrag of Mount Ridge, Kansas. And fourth place and congratulations goes to J&J Cattle of Snook, Texas. Now in the ring is Class 12 here in Division 2.
a little more challenging class here because I think all three have qualities that could go ahead and win the class. The heifer that's going to start is the one that's the truest and squarest when she goes out on the move. I like how this one's set back in her knee in comparison to the heifer in second. One that maybe could just be a little better looking up front. She wants to get maybe just a little plainer there, but still one to be that cowy and that good a body. I thought she did the most things right when she got out on the move. The heifer that comes next, one that just as longer she's out here, she kind of wants to push out of her front end and kind of throw them out there. A heifer that just is so good in her center body. She's got some shape and some muscle. Just maybe like to see her get out and reach out of her front end a little differently. And the heifer that rounds out the class, one that I think just is long term, if she can be fixed right there and behind her heart and her blade, that one can be awfully competitive as well, because that was an awfully nice set of heifers from top to bottom. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Hereford Ring. Results of Class 8 Horn Senior Heifer Calves. First place owned by Logan Michael of Paragould, Arkansas with BK Kisty, 969K. Second place and congratulations will go to Ella Macias of Canadian Texas with B and C Miss Texas, 2307K. And third place exhibited by Catherine Goldman of Modesto, California. Now in the rings, Class 9. These are Horn Senior Heifer Calves, born August through September of 2022.
We get through this last class of January, as I presume, and I think a more challenging class as we get through them. Maybe some different sizes, shapes, and different kinds, certainly. I think the heifer that's going to go ahead and start, for me, she's plenty moderate today, but I think she's the most complete. She's the best balanced, and still gets out and moves like she needs to, having all 4 feet pointing the right direction. That shoulder stays tucked in her and neat and smooth, and for me, that's where she wins the class. Heifer that I found the most intriguing the whole time is this one in second. Maybe a little bit more hollow just in terms of her rib cage up high. Maybe at times wants to stretch out and pull apart a little bit further in terms of her shoulder shape when we get her standing still. But I think a nice heifer that offers a neat look. Going to be fun to see how she develops on down the road. High-performing, big-statured kind of female here in third, and maybe just doesn't hit you with a lot of loud pieces. But I think just in terms of function, size, and just ability to get out and go, that's where she stays third. Heifer that super unique is going to be here in 4. That's a stout, heavy structured, big muscled, bold kind of female. She's just a little bit lower to the ground today. I'm not quite sure how much she's got in terms of growth on down the road, but today you like that one's cowiness, power, and dimension. Heifer that comes in next, I like a lot of things about her on the standstill. She's maybe a little bit tighter there and more erect in terms of her rear pastern and ankle. Maybe doesn't plant quite as secure off those two, but a nice heifer, level, good in terms of her body. Bigger female that's certainly got some power. The young man's comes in next. She's a little antsy out here today, but he's doing a heck of a job sticking with her. A smooth-shouldered, level-made kind of heifer. Maybe just doesn't balance with a neat and attractive look like a comparative of a couple that preceded her. Heifer that's coming next, long, level, extended, maybe just not quite under enough underneath just in terms of her lower rib cage, but a nice heifer in terms of extension up front.
Just 2 heifers over here on our Hereford side. They couldn't be more different. The heifer that's going to win the class, I just love her freshness. She's up-headed and arrogant. One that's just a little longer type of cattle, a little longer about her front end. She's the one that has the advantage on the weights on paper, and you can kind of see that. She's outperforming the heifer in second, one that I think just does the most things right in this particular class. The heifer that comes second, man, this one's just a cowy, broody, low to the ground type of heifer. She's soft in that rib, and she's got enough width and enough power. She just wants to get a little plainer there in her chest, maybe not quite as neat about her head. We could just give her a little more look. She could run with that heifer on up above her. But congratulations to both these two young exhibitors.
Well, congratulations back over here in the Hereford ring. Results out of Class 9 before your division. First place exhibited by Carlisle Bremen with MC Miss Mallory's 2215 ET. And second place exhibited by Sean Farrell of Orlando, Oklahoma. We're now going to move into division over here in your junior Hereford ring. Back over to the Limousin ring. Results out of Class 12. Congratulations to Ava Miller of Traynor, Iowa with AVAM Lima Bean 302L. Second place and congratulations exhibited by Abigail Hutchins of Hawthorne, Florida. Third place went to Amanda Purvis of Versailles, Kentucky. Fourth place will go to Kuwea Jorgensen of Morrison, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Kinley Cullum, Guthrie, Oklahoma. Sixth place exhibited by Cale Taylor, Lufkin, Texas. Seventh place went to William Rost. Now in the ring is Division 2 here in the Limousin Show.
We get to our second division and finish up on these spring heifers here, and I think ultra competitive all the way through. I really like the class winners and their seconds. Certainly have a lot of attributes to bring to the breed and cattle world, just in general. I think there's a couple of them out here that I think are pretty special, certainly different in terms of type and kind, but good in their own right. Let's go ahead and give these guys a round of applause. I'll go ahead and pick your champion reserve.
Well, congratulations, champion that division. Goes back number 9251, Ratliff Legacy 301 LET, exhibited by J.C. Parrish. And congratulations, reserve in that division goes to Hogan Hendrickson, Farmland, Indiana, with TSSL, NEAL, SA, Kendall, JET. Again, congratulations to all of those exhibitors here in Division 2 of your Limousin show. We'll now look to see Class 13. This will be your first class here in Division 3.
Well, another nice division here in our Hereford show, and there's some different types and kinds in this particular class. There wasn't, or in this division, there wasn't just quite as many numbers to sort through, but we still got high quality cattle within this particular division. There's one out here that hit me hard right when she came in, maybe gets a little tighter for second, but really a nice division. Give all these junior exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, congratulations, your champion Horn Senior Heifer Calf, exhibited by Landry Allen, Tacoma, Texas, with BACC 25, Landry's Candy 271. And congratulations, reserve in that division will come out of Class 8, exhibited by Logan Michael with BK Kisty 269K. Again, congratulations, all those exhibitors. We're going to move on to your intermediate yearling division. First class in the ring will be Class 10, horned late summer yearlings, born June of 22.
Well, just a single entry here on our Hereford side, and one that, I think, could use a little competition. This one's so good in her center body. She's robust and outward in her rib shape. She's maybe not just the freshest there, just in the bottom part of her chest, but everything kind of fits on that one because she's got a little more power, a little more width when you get in behind her. So just a really nice single entry. Congratulations to this exhibitor.
Well, congratulations in Class 12. First place to go to back number 30,097. That's Mavs Cotton Elvira 264 KET, exhibited by Addison Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. We're now going to bring in Class 11. These will be horned early summer yearling females, born May of 22.
Well, just a class of 3 here as we kickstart this fall division. And and man, it's fun when it's competitive and they're really good, but it certainly makes my job just a little bit harder. I sat and studied these three probably a nickel longer than I needed to, but I wanted to make sure I was comfortable with what I did. The one up front, I think that one, just in terms of size, power, boldness, or rib cage, she does all those things. She's big-footed, she's fresh and bold to that lower rib cage. I love her look up front. She's set back in her knee. I think she proportions extremely well. The heifer that's going to be in second, that's the one that hit the ring the soundest, the most comfortable, the most loose and flexible in terms of her build for me. She's maybe a little more on the moderate side in this particular class. We get to this age just a little over a year, and I like that one, though, in terms of her lower body. She's the softest, most cowy there. Just gets a little outsized, I think, in comparison and power there when we study her there in terms of her twist and stifle there from the side. Heifer that gets here in third maybe just gets stuck in a really tough trio, but that's a stout, good-made, bold, cowy female. Maybe just not quite the same wow factor and look as the other two, but an intriguing and challenging class. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in the Limousin ring. Results out of Class 13 here in Division 3. First place went to back number 9273. That's BRDG Google 05KET, exhibited by Kel Pryor, Woodbine, Iowa. Second place was exhibited by Delia Labor of Hillsboro, Ohio. And third place went to Michaela Jo Massey, London, Kentucky. Now entering the ring is Class 14 here in Division 3.
Well, if you've stood ringside today here and watched this Lemmy show, I'm probably like a broken record. I love a big foot and heavy structure and some power and balance there from the side, and they certainly got to get out and go loose and flexible and tie that all together. The heifer that wins this class, I think, is the epitome of loose and soft and good and big there at the ground. She goes ahead and starts. Heifer that's going to come in second, super sharp and fresh in her lines, offers a really neat and clean look up front, good and tucked about her chest. Maybe one that's just a little bit tighter there out of that rear skeleton at times as we get out and travel the cattle. That's what sorts the difference in particular for me, but a nice pair of cattle up top. And the next two get close for me. The heifer that's going to come in third, maybe just a little bit tight moving, maybe just doesn't get out and feel real confident about her next step at times, but she's bolder, stouter, maybe a little bit fuller there in terms of her rib cage. That's what keeps her in third. That's why she beats this heifer that's going to come in fourth. The one in fourth maybe just a little bit more immature, a little bit more hollow in terms of her body type, but a nice look and functional hind leg to her. That's a fun class of 4. Congratulations to all of you.
Well, congratulations over here in the Limousin ring. Results out of Class 14. First place, we go to Braxton Chaplin of Fredonia, Kansas. Second place went to John Crawford, Big Pool, Maryland. Third place, we go to Landry Kleeman. And fourth place, exhibited by Chelsea Pennell. We'll now bring in Class 15 here in Division 3.
But what a tough class over here. There's quality that runs deep in this particular class. The heifer that wins this class, one that is just so fresh in her overall look. That one's neck and headset is just awesome. And then to have that much body and forerib and transition so good from her chest floor all the way up into her flank. One that we put into motion. She's flexible. She's got the advantage in terms of foot size and bone. That's just a really nice heifer to go ahead and out and lead this class. Young lady shows the wheels off of this one, and when she's parked, I like her. I think her structure is fine, but she kind of wants to just get a little broken down in her spine when we put her on the move. She's still fresh, and she gets her stick stuck and gave you a look. That one's awfully good as well. She'd keep that same look when we put her into motion. Of the top trio, the heifer that comes next just wants to run downhill just a little for me. I think it starts at her shoulder. I just wish she could get out and reach just a little more there. Maybe lean her up there just in her chest floor, but I get it. These breds are hard to manage because that one's awfully cowy and awesome in her body shape. The heifer that comes next just gets a little flat-sided for me, maybe not quite as robust in that turn to her rib like some of the cattle on up above her, but still a high-quality heifer to go out there in fourth. The heifer that comes next, here's one that you got to appreciate the extra pin with. She's a little more moderate kind of heifer. With that, I wish this one would just get out and reach just a little better off her rear too. Maybe just be a little more secure about how she handles her back wheels. And the heifer that rounds out the class is one that you got the levelness of hip, just maybe doesn't come with some of the extras, just the extra look and body as the cattle up above her in an awfully tough class. Congratulations to all them junior exhibitors.
Just a class of 3 over here on the Limmy side. And I think 3 very complete and nice kind of heifers. Heifer I go ahead and land on. For me, she's maybe just a little bit more maternal and cowy in terms of her look. I think she's a bit truer. If you study their underlines, a little truer there back into her rear rib and flank. When she's stopped and on the standstill, you love her build and look there from the side. When we get her out and go, maybe want to see her just a nickel freer, maybe wants to stand just a little bit more tight when we get out in stride, but a nice heifer. The one that's going to come in second, certainly a big-footed, heavy-structured, highly presented kind of female, maybe just a little bit shorter bodied, maybe a little bit more conventional just in terms of her length and extension, but I think a nice heifer that's bold in her rib cage up high, has plenty of power, intriguing pieces, maybe just want to see her a little bit softer, hold that head up with a little bit more presence when we get out and roll. Heifer that's going to come in third, a little bit more moderate, but a stout and powerful, big bone kind of female. Just gets a little bit more moderate and round there out of her hip and hind leg when we get out and go. But a nice class of 3. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations back over here in the Hereford Ring. Results out of Class 11. First place exhibited by Maddie O'Leary of Weatherford, Texas with OLYHZS, Tommy K 278ET. Second place exhibited by Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California. Third place was exhibited by McKenna Austin and Tessa Smith. Fourth place went to Hallie and Reese Barron. Fifth place went to McKenna Rogers. And sixth place to Mackenzie Sloan Boyer. We now have our division over here in the Hereford Ring. This will be your intermediate yearling division. Back in the Limousin Ring, results on Class 15 here in Division 3. First place exhibited by Kinley Cullum, Guthrie, Oklahoma, with KCLM, Kiss Me More ET. Second place exhibited by Mallory Mae Yoakley of Mountainville, Missouri. Third place and congratulations went to Minor Limousin, Stratford, Missouri. Now in the rings, Class 16, your final class in Division 3.
Well, what a nice division once again. The 3 heifers that are out here are ones that I think just put the most good together in terms of flexibility and mobility and freshness. There's 2 of them that I think make quite a nice pair in this particular division. If you would, put your hands together for all these junior exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in the intermediate yearling division. Your champion, exhibited by Maddie O'Leary, Weatherford, Texas. Reserve champion went to Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California. We'll now look to see the first class in your next division here in our junior Hereford Ring. This will be Class 12, Horn Spring yearling females, born April of 22.
fun class of 5 here on the Limmy side. Young man up front. I think that heifer goes ahead and starts and does so fairly handily in my mind. I think she's the closest to the correct size. I think for this age division, she's big-footed, heavy-structured, soft, and good in terms of her rib cage. Get on top of the cattle. She's got plenty of shape and dimension, big, powerful, a lot of mass, and then still gets out and goes like a good breed cattle should. The heifer that's going to come in second, I'll be the first one to admit she's got plenty of size today for me, but I think you get past that and you study her extension up front. She's smooth in that shoulder, awesome in terms of her top line. You really like her rib cage. I probably take the most issue with her rear ankle. Maybe want to soften that up a little bit slightly. See her just get out and go a little bit more comfortable out here today. But a nice female there in two. Maybe on the opposite side of the spectrum, the heifer that's going to come in third, maybe a little bit more moderate in consideration to the age today. But I love this one just in terms of build and look, softness or rib cage. I love the way they have her presented today. We just maybe want to see her just a little bit bigger yet, but I think a really nice one there in 3. Heifer that's going to come in 4 maybe just gets a little bit more rigid in her look, but I think in comparison to the one that's going to follow her, she gets out and tracks the most comfortable for me. I think maybe a little bit mature just in terms of her length, the teats right now today, but I think a nice made heifer. Congratulations to you. Heifer that's going to come in next, for me, that's the softer, deeper bodied heifer. It's probably more appropriate just in terms of her udder development at this age, but maybe when you get out and go, she breaks behind that shoulder, just gets a little bit more bunchy in terms of her top line, but a nice class, intriguing trio there at the top. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Well, congratulations in Class 16 over here in the Limousin ring. First place will go to Ben Spencer, Gibbon, Nebraska with TASF Keep It Classy 681 KET. Second place exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Third place went to Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Fourth place went to Paisley King, Fort Worth, Texas. And fifth place will go to Amanda Purvis of Versailles, Kentucky. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in. Mr. Bush will select his champion reserve here in Division 3.
Well, another nice class, and this top duo of heifers just awfully good. The heifer that's going to go ahead and start, one that is just so fresh and just so prepared for today in terms of how fresh she is in her neck, her chest, and for one to be that lean, to be that good in her heart and her forerib, I really appreciate that a bunch about her. I ain't going to call her the hugest bone, the stoutest one. She's got enough pin width for me. She's square enough all the way to the ground. Just a really maternal, good-looking sort of heifer there to lead off this class. The heifer in second has the advantage in terms of foot and bone and probably even a little bit of just pure power. With all that, she gets a little plainer about her head and neck in comparison to our class winner. One that I think is just a little more, needs to be a little more tucked up there in her chest, and maybe that would just balance her underline for me ever so slightly, but still, that's an awfully good sort of heifer. The one in third, here's the power cow, and when she gets her park, that one's got a big old back in her. She's got some pin width and some stifle width. One with all that just gets a little coarser about her shoulder, maybe just like to elongate her there out of her front 1/3. The heifer that comes next is one that of the remaining two cattle, I think that one was just a little easier in her body, just one that just looked a little more efficient to me as a cow down the road. Like I said, the heifer that rounds out just wants to get a little flatter sided, maybe just like to soften her up in her body. But what a nice set of heifers.
Really nice lineup here for a third division in the Limmy show. I think all four class winners are relevant, as are their second places. Not going to take too much more time. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for this group of cattle. We'll go get you a champion reserve.
Well, congratulations. Back in the Hereford ring, results out of Class 12. First place exhibited by Ella Weldon, Piedmont, Oklahoma, with EXR High Class Cat 2253 ET. Second place exhibited by Colbin Coven Lewis of Ryan, Oklahoma, with PSC SEC Sweet Caroline 2030 ET. Third place exhibited by Cooper, Kara, and Crew Cummings of Hollis, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to Kaylin and Charlie Kinder, Piedmont, Oklahoma. And fifth place went to Carly Martin. Now in ring one is Class 13. These are Horn Spring yearling females, born March of 22. And back in the Limousin ring, results out of your third division, your champion. Congratulations, Ben Spencer Gibbon, Nebraska, with TASF Cubic Classy 681 KET. And reserve champion went to Cal Pryor, Woodbine, Iowa, with BRDG Google 05 KET. We're now going to bring in Class 17 here in Division 4.
Just a single entry here on this side of the ring. Really nice July of 22 heifer. You talk about one's lines that are level, complete, and square. She certainly does that. Maybe a little bit more refined there about her bone work underneath, but a level, good made kind of female that's certainly functional as we get them out and go. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations in Class 17 over here in the Limousin ring. First place will go to back number 9293. That's Avon Kimber, 922K, exhibited by Avon Nichols of St. James, Missouri. We're now going to bring in Class 18 here in Division 4.
Nice pair of females from June of last year. I think certainly different in terms of what they represent. This heifer up front, when she's not fighting the halter, that's a loose-made, good-legged kind of female that's really good and soft in terms of her center body and has a neat look and fresh look up front. Is she the most overwhelming probably in terms of stoutness? Absolutely not. I still think she probably has enough and can match that with a comfortable and neat look there from the side. Heifer that's going to come in second, certainly a bold, big rib kind of female. It offers a lot of turn and shape up out of her upper hip. Bigger footed, heavier structured, maybe a little bit thicker and coarser about the shape of her neck there and into her head. But I think a female that's going to go and do a heck of a lot for this young man in production. A very cowy and useful kind for him. Congratulations. Very fun class too.
Another nice class, and this top duo of heifers are different in their type and kind. There's just more of the heifer that's going to go ahead and win this class. Her transition from her heart all the way in her center mid-rib and into her flank, I think she's better right in there behind her blade. She's probably not quite as fresh as the heifer in second, but there's just so much of her. I think that kind of just fits her balance. I like a lot of things about the heifer in second. She's good-legged, she's sound. One that I appreciate the freshness. With that, she gets a little just flatter sided, maybe like to just expand her there in her heart girth, maybe just kind of like to blow her apart there because that one's got a really neat look and she's still really balanced chest floor all the way into her flank. The heifer that comes third just comes a little raw in her condition. She probably just isn't quite as soft in her center body. Gets a little parallel there, if you would. One that you got to appreciate the length of hip and body this one has, just like to soften her up. And the heifer that rounds out the class just gets a little plainer everywhere about her head and neck and chest. If she could just kind of tuck that chest, it would kind of help balance that one because she's still good-footed and good structured. Really nice head of heifers from top to bottom. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Limousin ring. Results out of Class 18. First place exhibited by Ariel Elliott with DL Kiwi 28 KET. Second place was exhibited by Brant Gazaway of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Now in the ring is Class 19 here in our next division. Back over in the Hereford ring, results out of Class 13. First place went to back number 30,119. That's Collins Penny, exhibited by Sierra Claire and Cricket Collins, Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Second place went to Hayes and Kendall Devine of Chickasha, Oklahoma. Third place exhibited by Cobley and Coven Lewis of Ryan, Oklahoma. And fourth place went to John Robert Dower. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in. Our judge will select his champion reserve here in your Horn Spring Yearling division.
Really fun class here. Three females on the Limmy side, and this heifer that goes ahead and starts. She turns it up when she gets in the ring. You talk about one that offers such a female and sharp look up front. She does that. She's neat about her chest. She's smooth in her shoulder. You love her rib cage and underline and how fresh they have that presented. You like her spine and the way she sits out of that hip. I think that one's awfully, awfully good. Congratulations. Heifer that's going to come in second, not to take away from her because she's good cattle in her own right. Good in terms of her build, set back in that knee, correct in terms of her foot shape and size. Maybe just doesn't have that quite that same Y factor as the one that wins this class, but that's hard to do with a good one to start. The one coming in third, same goes for this young lady. That's a heavy constructed, stout made kind of female. Maybe just isn't the most athletic the way she gets out of her hip at times and out of that rear skeleton. But we like that one's size, performance, and body type. Fun class of three. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in the Limousin ring. Results out of Class 19. Back first place will go to back number 9,300. That's ELCX Kate 332 KET, exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Second place was exhibited by Britt Drake of Guthrie, Oklahoma. In third place, we'll go to Peyton Smallshoff of Avon, Illinois. Now in the ring will be Class 20. This will be your final class in the division over here in your Limousin ring.
Well, another nice division over on the Hereford side, and really happy with all four of the heifers in the ring right now. They maybe aren't all just the exact same type and kind, but they're functional, good-footed sort of cattle that are still fresh and good in their rib shape. Well, I'll go show you my champion, maybe take a little quick look for reserve. But congratulations, give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, congratulations, your champion Horn Spring Yearling going to Ella Weldon, Piedmont, Oklahoma, with EXR High Class Cat 2253 ET, bred by Express Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma. And congratulations, reserve in that division. Coming out of Class 12 as well. Congratulations, Cobley and Coven Lewis, Ryan, Oklahoma, with PSC SCC Sweet Caroline 2030 ET, bred by Perry Show Cattle of Mule Hall, Oklahoma. Again, congratulations, those exhibitors. We'll now move into your final division here in our Horned Junior Hereford Show. Class in the ring will be Class 14. These will be Horned Junior Yearling females, born February of 22.
Again, we get an excellent class here as we get going, and we get going here with these three, and this one that goes ahead and starts. I mean, you get her letter in, and she hits the ring and just floats. You love that way that one's constructed down low. The way she gets out and just bends and flexes, so comfortable carrying that type of mass and body shape and just overall dimension. I really appreciate that about her, and that's where she finds that first spot. She's maybe not the most overwhelming in size in comparison to the one that's kind of come in second. He's on the standstill. I love this heifer. She's a lot like our last class winner, just in terms of look and presence up front. She's level and good made in terms of her spine and her body shape. So fresh. Love how they have her presented. Maybe one when we get her out and go, we just got to see her grab another gear and hit that ground like she owns it, and fill that stride a nickel better for me today. The one in third, not to take away from her at all, because she's good cattle, soft, big bodied, certainly maternal and a lot of cow characteristics, just gets stuck in a buzzsaw class. Maybe not quite the same sweep and fullness to that rear rib and flank as the two that precede her, but good cattle there in three.
Well, congratulations in Class 20, your final class in this division. First place exhibited by McKenna Richardson, Eureka, Kansas, with TUBBMKNA Kamikaze 2030 KET. Second place and congratulations go to Eli Walther of Centerville, Indiana. In third place, exhibited by Olivia Robbins, Chattanooga, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring those firsts and seconds in, and our judge, Mr. Tyler Bush, will select his champion reserve here in this division.
very fun division on the Limmy side of things. Certainly enjoyed getting through all those classes, getting the chance to describe a few things about some very high quality animals. Let's put our hands together for the breeders, exhibitors, everybody involved in this division. It's been fun.
Congratulations, champion over here in the Limousin ring. 9300, that's ELCX K332 KET, exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. And reserve in that division, a big congratulations go to McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas with TUBB MKNA Kamikaze 230 KET. Again, congratulations to all the exhibitors in this division. Next class in will be class 21.
very good trio here on the Limmy side. I think this heifer that goes ahead and starts, you can't make one get out and move so comfortable like this one. She's so flexible, she's good and so elite in terms of the way her spine lays in her, and it starts in her shoulder, the way it's laid back, full and even there, down her top line, out of an attractive and long square hip, and then still has enough mass, enough body, and good look there from the side. I think that's a high quality animal. Congratulations. Certainly some big time attributes here in this second place female. That's a big foot, heavy structure. She's got some shape to her forearm either and power there down her top and out of her hip. And I think it's impressive because she's still soft and can get out and flex out of that front skeleton. Maybe not quite as secure the way she moves out of her rear skeleton at times on those back two, but I still think a really good one there in second. One that comes in third, if you take a glance at paper, you talk about growth and performance. She certainly has that, and you can see that visually. That's a big frame, big statured kind of female that fills it all in with enough body, enough look, maybe just a little bit flatter and narrower to her pins when you get right behind the cattle, but I think a really good one there in third. That's a fun class. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over in the Limousin ring. Results out of Class 21. First place was exhibited by Kinley Cullum of Guthrie, Oklahoma, with J6 Caitlin 696 KET. Second place went to Bailey Smith with PCC JKSM Fantasy 508 KET. And third place and congratulations went to J&J Cattle of Snook, Texas. We're now going to bring in Class 22 over here in the Limousin ring.
A little more challenging class because there's quality for sure all the way deep, maybe one of the deeper classes we've seen just in terms of top to bottom, good livestock. But when this one hit the ring, she was the one that hit me the hardest. So fresh in her design, so mobile and athletic on the go, one that you just gotta love that extra rib you get in behind her. She's the squarest and truest to both ends of her skeleton when she goes. I like that heifer to win this class. 2, 3, and 4 are similar types. I think there's some minute differences. I'll be the first to tell you, I'd like to maybe just change this one shoulders forward. She gets just a little bit cresty about her neck, maybe just doesn't hook up in her forerib quite as well. But after that, that one is just so genuine in terms of her look, in terms of her body. She's lean and mean, and she's structurally correct. I thought she was the squarest in her stifle to the ground of the next trio of cattle. Just like to maybe just freshen her up at the top side of her neck there to run with the heifer above her. The heifer in third, here's a powerful one, and with all that power, she probably just doesn't balance with her foot and bone work in comparison to the power. I'd like to just stouten her up there at the surface. She gets her parked, and she shows the wheels off her, one that she give you enough of an arrogant look. She's a little thicker neck, but she gets everything out of her. That's an awfully nice heifer to go in third. The heifer in fourth is one that just... today, of the top cattle, she just gets the plainest there in her heart. I'd wish she just transitioned from her shoulder into her forerib and her heart ever so slightly better, just because she is big-ribbed and got some bone and power. Just like to clean her up there in her heart. The heifer that comes next, just a little more moderate, easy-doing kind of heifer. She gets a little plainer there, just like to extend her from the point of her shoulder up there through her neck, but still, that's a low-maintenance, easy-doing type of heifer. And the heifer that rounds out, hey, this is a high-quality one that's still going out. One that I think will make a nice cow for this young man, just doesn't quite have the extras.
Well, congratulations. In Class 14 over here in your Junior Hereford show, first place will go to BK Keep It Simple 259 KET, exhibited by Fallon and Gunnar Gore. Second place and congratulations went to back number 3132. That was KLL KLD Troiger 1 KET, exhibited by Hadley Dunklow, Wayne, Nebraska. Third place exhibited by Sierra Claire and Cricket Collins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to Towson Brazos Heck. Fifth place and congratulations go to Luke Hamlin of Weatherford, Texas. And sixth place exhibited by Jacob Dower. Now in the ring will be Class 15. This will be your final class in this division and final class here in our Junior Horned Hereford Show.
Just a class of 5 here with some April of 22s, and I think there's some challenge because I think it's 5 deep with certainly some quality throughout. Heifer that I land on, maybe a little bit more moderate in terms of her stature in comparison to a couple of them, but man, that one's so proportional. You love her foot size, her bone, her density, her power. You study her up high, so she's so wide and massive down her back and out of her hip, and offers such a good, realistic rib cage underneath her, and still offers a balanced look there from the side. I think a nice heifer that's sound and functional. Congratulations. Heifer that's going to come in second, just Cowie. I mean, you talk about complete. That's where she falls into the second spot and stays there confidently. She comes with a little bit more chest as it sits forward and out, but it doesn't bother me too much because shoulder back, that's a good-bodied, level-made, functional, good kind of cow. It's going to be fun to have in the pasture for that young lady. Heifer that's going to come in third, man, when this one hits the ring and it starts gliding, she hits those tracks and she does it with authority. Just the way that she fills in with that big foot and heavy structure. She's massive in terms of her center body. For me, she wants to open up plenty in that shoulder and chest floor when we get out and track. When you get right in front of her, that opens up and flattens her heart and forerib and just lays that top line just a little too easy for me. And that's where I struggle with her, but certainly one that gets out and rolls and fills that track. Heifer that's going to come here next on the standstill, there's a lot of things there's to like. She's big-footed. She's dense in terms of her feature, awfully bold in terms of her body shape. We get her out and go, and maybe that spine wants to come up ever so slightly. Just reading her a little bit more unbalanced when we get out and track them. Heifer that's going to come in next, maybe just a little bit more rigid at times in the way she gets out and moves. She wants to plant those rear two outside of her skeleton, just not quite as confident and secure and athletic. But fun class, congratulations. Let's put our hands together for them.
Well, congratulations in Class 22. First place over here in the Limousin ring will go to Ben Spencer, Gibbon, Nebraska with TASF CLAC Karma 639 KET. Second place was exhibited by Molly McCurry of Hutchinson, Kansas with Richardson's Kiki 207K. Third place went to Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Fourth place exhibited by Lauren Frederick of Hutchinson, Kansas. And fifth place went to Wyatt Jacoby. Now in the ring over here in your Limousin show will be Class 23.
Nice trio of heifers over here in the Hereford ring, and this one just does the most right for me. She's the best in her center body. She's the most maternal in her overall look for me. Her transition from chest to center rib all the way up into her flank is where I like her. One that I think is plenty athletic and fresh enough for me within this particular trio. I like the dark red heifer. You're kind of gravitated towards her. She's got some bone. She's got some foot. For me, she's just probably not quite as pulled apart there and behind her shoulder and her blade. Like to see that rib maybe just come out of the top side of her skeleton a little better. Maybe just like to see just a little more other development on one that this far along at this show in January. The heifer that runs out the class, here's a powerful stout ending kind of heifer. She wants to get a little rounder in her hip, maybe just not quite as athletic and just mobile when we ask them to go. But congratulations.
Congratulations in our final class here in your junior Horned Hereford show, class 15, first place. We'll go to back number 30,137, CCJ 295H Roxanne, 352K exhibited by Paisley Nelson. Second place and congratulations went to Madeline Grace Thompson, Amity, Missouri. And third place, we'll go to Marilyn Pecha. We're not going to bring those first and seconds in. Our judge will select a champion reserve here in your junior yearling division.
We bring these three in on the Limmy side, and we hit the ground running. I think we got a couple of real good ones here. One I'm going to go ahead and start with. Maybe at times I'll be the first one to admit she's a nickel lethargic and doesn't want to get out and go. But once you get her striding out and moving, I think that one's awfully good. Her balance is great from the side. She's maternal in terms of her rib cage. The way she sits out of that hip and hind leg is so attractive. I probably prefer her from the three-quarter view, just the way she transitions from chest floor, forearm into that forerib, center body, and back. You got to really like her. I love the freshness here. This one that's going to be in second. That one's head carriage is really neat. The way she ties out is such a smooth shoulder. She's square and good in terms of her feet. Maybe at times she wants to get just a little more off in terms of her loin in comparison to the one that starts the class. And there's just those subtle differences, but that's an elite pair to go 1 and 2. Not to take away from a good one here in third. This one, in terms of size, you like her growth and performance as we get into these older breds. She just gets stuck in a buzzsaw class where she doesn't quite have that same look, maybe the same feature there at the ground. Congratulations on a very fun class.
Well, another fun division here. 4 good heifers in the ring. Ones that I think got a productive future ahead of them and look awfully good to me today. I'll go show you my champion and then take a little quick look for reserve. But if you would, put your hands together for these junior exhibitors.
Well, congratulations over here in the Hereford ring. Your champion Horn Junior yearling exhibited by Fallon and Gunnar Gore with BK Keep It Simple 259 KET. Back over in the Limousin ring, results out of Class 23. First place exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa with SSUL 2412 KET. Second place exhibited by Ben Spencer, Gibbon, Nebraska with J6 Caitlin 685 KET. Third place exhibited by Michaela Jo Massey, London, Kentucky. Now in the ring is Class 24 over here for your Limousin show. And congratulations back to the Hereford ring, reserve champion Horn Jr. yearling female coming out of Class 15. That'll go to Paisley Nelson with CCJ 295H Roxanne 352K. Again, congratulations to all of our Horned Hereford exhibitors. At this time, we're going to welcome in all your division champion and reserves. And our judge, Mr. Brian Fox, will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion Horned Hereford here in our junior show at the Cattlemen's Congress. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again at this time, we're going to bring in all those division champion and reserves, and our judge, Mr. Brian Fox, will select his grand and reserve grand champion, Horned Hereford, here in our junior show at the Cattlemen's Congress. As they parade into the ring, let's put our hands together for all of our junior Horned Hereford exhibitors.
Just three in this class, but I tell you what, there's no easy task to go ahead and sort. I think all three of them are completely different, and so it makes it challenging. I wouldn't say any three of them are maybe exactly what I've been picking, and so it makes it interesting for me because all three of them are good cattle. want to go ahead and start with, you get to the front three-quarter view of this one. I think it's her body shape, the turn to her upper rib cage, and maybe just how strong she is in that top line when you get this angle on her. I think she transitions better from chest to forerib, and then you carry that up to her top line, out of the back side of her blade, and to that hip. Is she as long and extended up front? No, she's not. But when she gets out and cruises, she holds that head right and utilizes that shoulder in the correct way. It's tough to put a good one like this one in second because this one gets out and moves. She flat rolls. She's so loose and comfortable in terms of her build and just so functional. But I think with that, that's what pulls that top down, allows it to be just a little bit easy to the center of her spine for me. I think we got to bring that up, see a little bit more spring to the upper rib cage personally for me, but certainly good cattle therein too. That's tough to put a good one like that second. You got one here in 3, and she just gets stuck in a really good class because you talk freshness, she probably holds that class advantage. But with that, she's not quite as soft and deep and mature into her lower rib cage as the couple that precede her. But that's a fun and unique class. Let's put our hands together for a tough one.
Well, congratulations over here in the Limousin ring. Results out of class 24. First place exhibited by Clay Haddon of Reelsville, Indiana with J6 Caitlin 634 KET. Second place will go to Memphis Peterson. In third place will go to J&J Cattle. We'll now bring in class 25 over here in the Limousin ring. For those of you just joining us here in Jim Norick, currently in ring 1, our judge, Mr. Brian Fox, is evaluating his division champion in reserves for your Grand and Reserve Horned Hereford here in our junior show at the Cattlemen's Congress.
another trio of good heifers here. I think the one that's going to go ahead and start this class for me, she's overwhelming just in terms of what she represents. She's so massive and big in that rib cage. Honestly, for me, it can kind of be a little bit much at times. She has a little bit more navel underneath if you study and get low, but she's able to carry that much mass with a really comfortable skeleton, gets out and really moves functionally. Congratulations. Heifer here in second. That's a stout, bold-bodied, big-hipped, heavy constructed female. Maybe just not as comfortable in terms of her silhouette and skeleton as the one that precedes her, and that's the major difference for me. Heifer that's going to come here in three, maybe just not as much female as the two that precede her. Maybe just need to see her a little bit more woofy today, offer a little bit more spring and shape to that body type. But that's a nice class of three. Congratulations to you guys.
Well, congratulations in the Limousin ring. Results out of class 25. First place went to back number 9334. That's GCC Keisha. 227K ET, exhibited by John Crawford, Big Pool, Maryland. Second place was exhibited by Aaliyah Hazel Byers of Kingsport, Tennessee. And third place will go to Caitlin McKenzie Ayers of Geary, Texas. We're now going to bring in class 26 here in the Limousin ring.
Well, if you would, put your hands together for all these Hereford exhibitors. What a fun start to the day. I know we got to keep rolling, but what a great lineup from top to bottom. So pleased with the quality of the cattle out here. What a great set of young people that have showed it to me all day. This has just been really, really special. I ain't going to talk them all again. I mean, these are high quality from the calf all the way up to the big bred. Just really good cattle that I think got a bright future ahead of them, whether it be in the show ring or in the pasture. If you would, one more time, put your hands together. I'll go show you my champion in reserve.
And congratulations, your grand champion Horned Hereford here at the Cattlemen's Congress for your junior show. Congratulations, Fallon and Gunnar Gore, Breeder Buck Cattle Company with BK Keep It Simple 259 KET. And congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion Horned Hereford, going to Miss Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma with EXR High Class Cat 2253 ET, bred by Express Ranches, Yukon, Oklahoma. Again, congratulations to all of our Horned Hereford exhibitors.
Nice pair of females over here on this side, late Januaries, and I think the one up front for me, she's probably just further along in terms of her body development down low, the way she fills in from navel back into that rear rib and flank, and I think that allows her to just balance up better there from the side, while still offering a neat look there about her head, neck, and good skeleton. Heifer that comes here in second, that's a bigger footed, heavier constructed, and has some power to her, probably just not quite as soft and relaxed there in terms of her lower body as the one that precedes her, but that's just getting comparative because that's good stout cattle therein too.
Well, congratulations in class 26, your final class in this division. First place will go to back number 9336. That's Ratliff Keep Up the Charm, exhibited by Trace Falkenstein of Oswego, Kansas. In second place, and congratulations, Paisley King of Fort Worth, Texas. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in, select a champion reserve here in this division.
we get this division out here, and I tell you what, it's been fun, but it's been stressful. There's been a lot of tough decisions and things you got to do, and we only get to pick 2 in the end for this division and 2 at the end of the day. So it gets tough, and a guy wants to take his time and do it the way he wants to. So let's put our hands together for such a fun division. I'm going to go pick the 2 I like. It's been incredible.
Well, congratulations. Your champion this division will go to Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with SSUL 2412 KET. And congratulations, reserving that division, coming out of the same class, Ben Spencer, Gibbon, Nebraska, with J6, Caitlin 685 KET. Again, congratulations to all of those exhibitors. We'll now look to see your final class and division here in our Open Limousin show.
Just a single entry senior yearling here, and I think a nice one when you break it down. She's long and extended up front, smooth in her shoulder, and comfortable there at the ground. For me, at this age and stage of the game, wish she brought just a little bit more substance as we think about begging down and coming off calf here soon, and knock that tail head down just a little bit. But I think just in terms of build-wise and function at the ground, that's a nice female. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in our final division here in your Limousin show. Champion to go to back number 9337. That's BDGT Josie 71J, exhibited by Alyssa Matthews of Dayton, Texas. Well, at this time, we're going to get ready to get started with a grand drive here for your Limousin Medal of Excellence show here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to parade in all of your division champion and reserves here at the Cattlemen's Congress Ring 2. For your Limousin Medal of Excellence show, our judge today, Mr. Tyler Bush of Britain, South Dakota. Please put your hands together for our exhibitors and our judge today. Okay.
So the first one will get the heifer,
Okay.
and then our second one gets a hotel room for.
Okay, so you're going to. Okay, well, before we turn the microphone over to Mr. Bush, we do have a drawing for the North American Limousin Junior Association. This is the Corner Post fundraiser. The grand prize drawing for a heifer donated by Wolf Cattle. This is Wolf's Ladasha 3018L. So we're going to draw 2 tickets. One ticket will be for the heifer. The other ticket will be for 1 hotel room or Airbnb voucher. I'm ready. You ready? Okay. All right. The winner of the heifer will be Chance Cornegie. Congratulations to Chance Cornegie. You are the winner of the North American Limousin Junior Association Corner Post fundraiser. And the second ticket pulled for the hotel room and Airbnb voucher is going to Excel Ranches. Congratulations to both of those folks, and thank you so much for supporting the North American Limousin Junior Association. If you're joining us here in the Jim Norick Arena, currently our judge, Mr. Tyler Bush, Britain, South Dakota, is looking through his champion reserves. We're going to select a Grand Reserve female here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
We get out here for this grand female drive for the Limousin show, and I tell you what, when I got the call to go ahead and sort this for you all, I was excited and I had big expectations for the quality and the opportunity just to go and select good cattle. This breed's as hot as it's ever been in the show world, and so it's been fun. An outsider looking in to kind of see what you guys are doing with your breed. It's intriguing, it's unique, and then I get here today and sorted through a lot of classes, a lot of good cattle, and I was blown away. My expectations were succeeded, and it was just a blast. And so I can't thank everybody enough for having me here today and giving me the opportunity to go ahead and select your champions for this open show and then roll into some bulls. But first and foremost, let's go ahead and put your hands together for these exhibitors, breeders, fitters, everybody that's involved for also putting on this show. It's been a fun one, and I'm excited to go show you the 2 that I like.
And congratulations, grand champion Limousin female here at the Cattlemen's Congress, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa with SSUL 2412 KET. And congratulations, reserve grand champion. We'll go to back number 9,300. That's Carter Corrigan, Tulsa, Oklahoma, with ELCX Kate 332 KET. Again, congratulations to all of those exhibitors. We're going to bring in your cow-calf pairs at this time. We'll select the Supreme Champion female.
Just a single entry cow calf pair, but we got a really nice coming three female, first calf heifer. And you study that one's udder, her teeth size and shape. She sets in square and even in terms of her quarters. And it's hard to get a lot of flesh here on as these 3-year-olds calve out. I still think she has enough. Maybe want to see her just a nickel softer bodied to match that real nice udder. But that's a good made kind of female with a sporty young calf that's got a nice build and a bright future just in terms of build and function. Let's put our hands together for them, and we'll bring them back out for this Supreme female.
Well, congratulations, your champion in our cow-calf pair division. We'll go to back number 9339. That's ELCX Jam Session 362J, exhibited by Amanda Purvis, Versailles, Kentucky. We'll now bring that Supreme female in cow-calf, and our judge will select his Supreme Champion Limousin female.
Nice trio of animals out here, and obviously both of them are at different stages in their life. One's finishing a show career, and one's in production and calf alongside. So it's fun to see both things of it, a different side of the look. But let's go ahead and put our hands together. I'll go show you the one that I like.
And congratulations, Supreme Champion Limousin female, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. We're going to break for photos over here in Ring 2. Looks like Ring 1, we're going to get ready to get geared up for your Polled Hereford show. First class in the ring will be Class 16. These will be Polled Spring Heifer calves.
Well, what a nice class to start off. And these things are deep from top to bottom. And I apologize for taking a little extra time. The longer they're out there, the heifer that just does the most thing in terms of her balance, in terms of her proportions, is a young man's heifer that's going to lead off. So good in her body. I love that one right behind her blade and her heart for this stage of the game. One that's just better there, right there in her heart girth, how she transitions into her midrib. I like that heifer quite a bit. The heifer in second is a little bigger outlined heifer. She gets a little narrower headed and sculled for me. I like that one everywhere but there because she's awesome bodied, she's good structured, she's square. Just need her to just kind of come with just a little more maturity up there. The heifer that comes third, just one that does a lot of nice things for me. Good in her body type, good in terms of her structure, maybe not quite as just balance there in her throat latch down into her chest floor in terms in comparison to the Cattlemen up above her. For me, she gets just a little forward in her knee. I'd like to relax her there when we get her on the go. From there back, kind of this cooler marked heifer here is one that will kind of grab your attention because she's got quite a bit of good in her. She's good-footed, she's good-looking. Maybe not quite the body shape as some of the cattle on up above her today, but it's early and these calves are young, so I appreciate the freshness that one brings to the table. The heifer that comes next maybe just doesn't quite have that balance from her chest floor all the way to her flank. Maybe one that just doesn't quite come with the extras that some of these other ones did ahead of her, but that's pretty good livestock walking out of the ring right there. The three heifers that round out, I thought this one was just had a little more pin width, just a little more expressive muscle there down her spine. Maybe like to soften her up like the remaining trio. I'd like to just soften them in their cage as they mature. If they come with that, they're still good livestock that'll have a nice future for these young people. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations on our first class here in your Pulled Hereford show. Class 16, Pulled Spring Heifer Calves born May to June of 2023. First place went to back number 30,153, Hawk Hannah 35 LET, exhibited by Parker and Lila Cecil of Elkland, Missouri. Second place went to Crew Cummins of Hollis, Oklahoma. Third place went to Ainsley Williams of Van Alstyne, Texas. Fourth place was exhibited by Addison Conley and Davis Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. Fifth place and congratulations went to Chesney and Maddox Robb of Kinmundy, Illinois. Sixth place exhibited by Brooklyn Price. Seventh place went to Ava and Bremley Dewig. Eighth place and congratulations, Addison and Jalen Coons. Now in the ring is Class 17 here in your Pulled Hereford show. These are Pulled Spring Heifer Calves, born May of 23.
another tremendous class here. And no doubt, the one that wins for me, she's the most mobile, the most athletic, the most maternal one of this particular class. I love her center body. I love her balance. I love how cool and collected she is in her spine. Just a real nice place to start. Heifer in second kind of fits her just in terms of type and kind. She's probably not quite as neat there in her throat latch compared to the heifer that wins the class, but that one's still got some shape down her top, got some bone and some foot on her. Just a really nice heifer to go in second. Now this one in third's plenty green probably today and maybe more just on point. I think this one's future could be awfully nice because all of her angles read real nice. One that's really neat there from her shoulder forward. Maybe just not quite as much of her today, but that's all right as long as she keeps coming with it. The heifer in fourth is one that kind of gravitate toward when he's got her parked. For me, when we get her in motion, she kind of wants to pivot out of her hip, maybe just kind of gets a little lower in her pin set there. If we could kind of tweak on that just ever so slightly, that one will give you a wild look from the side. Really nice heifer there. The heifer that comes next, we just run into a little bit of structure issue for me, especially out of her front end. I'd just like to be able to set her back in her knee and her shoulder. That one's got some shape and some muscle. Just like to see her go a little bit better. Much can be said about the heifer that comes next. I just wish that one had a little bit more bone underneath her, maybe could get out and reach just a little bit better. And the two heifers that round out, still nice quality cattle. I thought this one was better in her center body, just had a little more look. And the young lady's heifer that rounds out just needs some more time on feed, not quite as the extras that some of the cattle had above her. Congratulations on a very nice class.
Well, congratulations back over in the Hereford ring. Results of Class 17 here in your first division of Pulled Herefords. First place, we'll go to back number 30,162. That's KC Patsy's Brandy E.T., exhibited by Creighton Carpenter of Leedy, Oklahoma. Second place, and congratulations, Emma Lynn Purcell, Oklahoma. Third place was exhibited by Grant and Gannon Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. Fourth place went to Hayes and Kendall Devine, Chickasha, Oklahoma. Fifth place was exhibited by Brindley and Madeline Thompson of Amity, Missouri. Sixth place went to Kyle Gillespie of Toulon, Illinois. Seventh place, and congratulations, McKenna Richardson, Eureka, Kansas. Eighth place went to Caitlin Miller, Windsor, Missouri. Now in the rings, Class 18. These are pulled spring heifer calves, born April of 23.
As we get kick started here into the Lemmy Bull Show, I think four very nice individuals. This one that's going to go ahead and start, they'll be the first one to admit I like to lean him back in terms of his shoulder angle and just soften him up in terms of the way he sets that knee down. I think you do that. That changes that bull tremendously when he gets out and goes. Because Stockton on the standstill, you like his maturity and crest shape already, his levelness at top and footwork and bone there at the ground. He's not the most overwhelming in terms of muscle shape when you get on top of him, but I think that's a nice bull to go ahead and start. I love the mobility here, this bull that's going to come in second. He reads just a little bit greener, not quite as mature as the one that precedes him, but that one's feet and leg structure and just the way he gets out and goes is very nice. The bull that's going to come in next, for me, he's kind of a combination bull, maybe just not all the bells and whistles at once. I think he's correct in terms of his look and build. He maybe just doesn't have quite the same pop, power, or added substance and wow factor as to precede him. The muscle comes in the bull that's going to be in fourth here. That one's top shape, hip shape, and stifle when you get right behind him is incredibly impressive. He's bold in terms of his body. But with that, all that added muscle at a young age, he's a nickel bunchy right now just in terms of the way he gets out and goes while fighting the halter. But that's a nice group of four. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations back over here in the Limousin ring to start out your bull show. First place exhibited by Olivia Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma with Liv's Lawman O2L. Second place and congratulations will go to Weiss Limousine of Wellsville, Missouri. Third place exhibited by Elliott Family Cattle. And fourth place went to Parkinson Cattle Company. Now in the ring will be Class 30 here in Division 1.
Excellent pair of April bulls here, and you really got to appreciate the muscle pattern and just crest and mature bull look that this young calf has. I think he's very manly in the shape of his neck, shoulder, and forearm. He's big down his top and offers an awesome pop and shape there out of his upper hip. Sits down and on the standstill, he's very attractive. Get him out and go. He'll maybe pop those pasterns ever so slightly on them back too. That's getting critical on a nice bull. One that's going to come in second, he's maybe just not as filled out and stout as the one that wins this class. I certainly like his growth pattern. He's going to be big, long, and stretchy. I like how much more even his testicles and development he is there underneath when you study him. But that's a nice pair of bulls. Congratulations to the both of you.
Well, congratulations over here in the Limousin ring. Results out of your second class in Division 1 of our Limousin Bull Show. First place will go to back number 9348. That's COBN Leave It To Me 13L. Exhibited by Colton Barton of Paris, Missouri. Second place and congratulations went to Cecil Osborne. Now in the ring is class 31 here in Division 1.
One other good class and a challenging class, but this heifer that wins the class, one that I think is just hard to do in terms of putting that much power, that much foot that much bone into one and still be good about her shoulder, good about her front 1/3. She's not the wildest looking one in this particular division or in this particular class in terms of her front end, but everything fits to be that much body, that much power, and still be that elegant. I like that heifer to win this particular class. This one up here is one arrogant heifer that comes second. That one's proud to be here, and she should be, because I think this one's future is awfully bright. She's good-footed and good structured. I think her body's right for this stage of the game. She's so neat about how she handles her shoulder and up into her front 1/3. That's the look you're looking for right there. Probably just not quite as pulled apart as the heifer that wins the class today, but that's an awfully good heifer going out in second. Much can be said about the heifer in third. She's probably just a little different in terms of the top trio of cattle. She's probably not quite just blowed apart when you get in behind her, maybe just wants to duck her pins ever so slightly. But boy, that one long term, if that all comes together, that's awfully nice stock. I like the dark cherry heifer coming next. She's good colored. She's one that I think just today gives up a little in terms of bone foot in comparison to the cattle on up above her. Maybe just not quite as elongated out of the front 1/3, but that's getting hard on a heifer that I think's got a bunch of good in her. This one here is real complete, real balanced, just kind of runs out of the extras today in comparison to the cattle above her, but that's good livestock right there. She's good in her center body. She's real complete. She'll have a nice future ahead of her. The two heifers that run out the class probably just run out of some of the extra things we're looking for. I thought this one was just better in her center portion of her rib shape. Maybe like to just kind of push her back in her shoulder to run with the cattle above her. The young lady's doing a nice job rounding out the class. One that probably just needs just stoutened up at the surface, maybe just needs to be a little softer body. But congratulations to all these cattle, and especially to these exhibitors. Congrats.
Well, congratulations in Class 18 over here in your junior Hereford ring. First place, exhibited by Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California, with CFCCHPH Fenty 2126L. Second place, and congratulations will go to Boanne Graves with BAG Geneva 310ET. Third place, and congratulations, Dustin Denton of Blue Rapids, Kansas. Fourth place, exhibited by Townsend Brasos Heck. Fifth place, and congratulations to Coven and Cobley Lewis of Ryan, Oklahoma. Sixth place was exhibited by Mackenzie Sloan Boyer and Gus McCrae Boyer of Vinta, Oklahoma. Seventh place, exhibited by Timber Hula. Now in the rings, Class 19. These are pulled spring heifer calves born April of 23.
Very nice class of bulls here, and I think, the one a guy goes ahead and starts with, for me, that one just kind of hits me from the get-go. He's the sound, functional bull that's soft and good in his rib cage. He's still got plenty of shape and muscle, and then on top of that, he has an added look and cool factor to him, and that's the things I like about him. More of a production type look here, the bull that's going to be in second, and I got to credit him for that. He's big and wide and level down his top. He's muscular there out of his hip and in his stifle, and still looks like a bull, mature and manly about his head and neck. That's where he beats this one that's going to come in third. I think there's a lot of future this one in third has, just in terms of skeleton, flexibility, and build, but maybe just want to see him with a little bit more muscle today for me particular, and I think he actually moves up in the class. A very manly and rugged type of bull that's going to come in here next. For me, he just gets a little bit more bunched up, a little shorter bodied. I think we lay him back in his shoulders, stretch him out just in terms of his look. You like that one a lot more because he's so stout, he's so burly and bold in that rib cage. There's a lot of fun pieces for a cattleman in that bull. The bull that's coming next, that's a soft, good-made kind of bull, just a little bit flatter and plainer for me today, but certainly functional feet and legs that you got to appreciate.
Well, congratulations in Class 31. First place is exhibited by 9349 over here in the Limousin ring. That was Davis Limousin Ranch of Brownwood, Texas with PBRSDL Limitless 324 LET. Second place exhibited by Trevor Hedeman of Granbury, Texas. Third place went to Peyton Collum, Guthrie, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to Leighton Jane Strait of Fairmont, Oklahoma. And fifth place to Super C Limousin. We'll now bring those first and seconds in. Our judge will select his Division I champion reserve.
We bring these first three classes of bulls back out here for this first division, and I think it's very impressive. Obviously, some variation in age and maturity and just what stage of the game they're at and how they're coming along. But I think a fun division. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these breeders. I'll go show you the two I like.
Well, congratulations, Division I champion, going to back number 9349. That's PBRSDL Limitless 324 LET, exhibited by Davis Limousin Ranch, Brownwood, Texas. And congratulations, reserve in that first division. We'll go to Colton Barton, Paris, Missouri with COB and Leave It To Me, 13L. We'll now look to start Division 2 here in your bull show for the Limousins. First class in will be class 32.
What another nice class here in our Hereford show, and the one that's going to win just does so just in terms of combining her look and her balance. She's a good-footed sort of heifer. I think she's fighting it today. If she's good enough in her knee long term, I think this one's awfully nice. Her proportions are all right. Just kind of fighting that halter today, but I think that one's good enough there for me today. Just combination of her balance and her body and still getting out and going and using a cool back leg. I think that heifer needs to win. Long term, this second heifer I like because her proportions are right. She's good in her lines. She may be just not quite as pulled apart as the heifer that wins the class today. She maybe wants to just get a little uncoordinated every now and then out of her rear too, but I think that's sometimes just first time show type of deal because I think that heifer's angles read right. She's got a cool foot and sets it down awfully nice. The longer they were out here, the young man's heifer was one that just kind of wants to get a little tied up there. She just doesn't want to She just doesn't want to quite get out and reach like I'd like her to. When he's got her parked, she's got a really cool look from the side. She's got some muscle shape down her back. She's got some pin width. Just wish that one could get out and just cruise just a little bit better. I apologize for switching these two heifers. I just thought this one was better at the surface. I thought she was more comfortable and athletic of these two heifers. I'd like to just soften her up ever so slightly. I think if that comes, that'll just balance her underline for me just a nickel better because that one's got still some good pieces. I apologize, young lady, for switching you. I just wish that heifer's hock just was a little more functional for me. When she's got her parked and gets it all out of her, that one's still got a nice enough look. I just wish that one could get out and grab a little more ground in front of her. And the heifer that rounds out the class just gets a little harder in her type. I'd like to soften her up in her body, maybe just loosen her up, but she's still got some quality. Congratulations from top to bottom to those exhibitors.
We get into our first classes of our second division here for the bull show, and I tell you what, folks, if you're a bull guy, this one should fire you up. That one's rugged, he's soft, he's sound, he's stout, he's masculine about his head and neck, and he's just out here, looks like a man. He's good in his testicular development. I think that bull is awfully good. The one that's going to come in second, nothing to take away from him. I like how long and stretchy he is, extended, very level in terms of his kind. He's just not quite the same type of bull as the one that precedes him, but that's still good cattle. Young man in the cowboy hat going to come in third. That's a square-made, good-footed, heavy-structured, muscular bull. He just gets stuck in a class where he loses a little bit of advantage when you talk about presence and just added look. As does the same goes for this bull that's coming in next. Maybe just doesn't balance up at times as a couple of the others in this class, but still has plenty of muscle and shape. Maybe just want to lay him back in terms of that shoulder angle ever so slightly, but that's good cattle. Congratulations on a fun class.
Well, congratulations back in the Hereford ring. Results of Class 19, your final class here in our Spring Heifer Calf Division. First place was exhibited by Hannah Pembroke of Beggs, Oklahoma, with SG Miss Lady L55. Second place was exhibited by Alexis Coling of Bowling Green, Missouri. Third place went to Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. Fourth place went to Jens Lynn Rushford, Minnesota. Fifth place, and congratulations, Addison and Jalen Coons, Thomas, Oklahoma. Sixth place in that class, exhibited by Carly Cremens. Back over in the Limousin ring, results of your first class in Division 2. First place went to Tanner Curtin of Oxford, Iowa, with Curtin's Game Changer 17L. Second place went to Sage Hanrahan, Oak Archie, Oklahoma. Third place went to David Phillips of Geary, Oklahoma. Fourth place also to David Phillips. Now in the ring, Class 33, your final class in Division 2.
Well, if you would, put your hands together for all these calf division champion or class winners out here. These calf divisions have been tough, and I know they all got a different plan in terms of their future, and there's going to be some of these cattle that aren't even out here. They're going to have a successful future. It's just got my opinion today. There's a couple of them out here that actually all 4 of them, actually all 8 of them are ones that I think long term they're going to have their place for sure. I'm just here to judge them today, but I'll go show you the 2 I like best today. Congratulations, all these young people.
Well, congratulations in our Spring Heifer Calf Division. Your champion, Catherine Coleman, Modesto, California, was CFCC HPH Fenty 2126, bred by Peyton Farmer, Brownstown, Indiana. And congratulations, Reserve in Division 1, Pulled Spring Heifer Calves. Congratulations, Bo Ann Graves of Chillicothe, Missouri, with BAG Geneva 3110 ET. Again, congratulations to all of those exhibitors in our first division here in your Pulled Hereford Show. Next class in will be Class 20. These are Pulled Spring Heifer Calves, born March of 2023.
Well, a very fun class of bulls here. I think there's some huge differences, and it's obvious. I think when you get down to evaluating, the hard part is what to do then from there. For me, these top two bulls are very good in their own right and do a lot of things interesting. I like this bull up front in particular. For me, I still like his size, for being a January bull. I think he's plenty big. I think he's good and muscular in his kind. For me, I like his head shape and crest and neck just a little bit better. I think he's cleaner there to the base of his chest and still big-footed, heavy-structured, and just proportions a nickel neater for me, and that's the separating difference. Now take a look at data, and this bigger frame bull probably has the advantage in terms of growth, and then visually, obviously, that's a big bull. He's still balanced, he's big-footed, he's certainly heavy-structured, and he's got a lot of muscle. For me, I just don't know if he's quite as full and offers as much spring to his upper rib, and that's the difference separating those two for me, is just how they fill in. The next two bulls also gave me a little bit of challenge. For me, I went for the more moderate, more complete bull that I see to be better in his spine, his shoulder, and the way he sits there out of his hip. He doesn't hit the ground with the same foot and bone, but certainly it's functional and still a good sound bull that's a nickel more proportional. The bull that comes next, big, growthy, long-sided, loose, and flexible bull. It's just at times we're not sure he can pull that together all in one package. He just gets a nickel uncoordinated for me today. But that's an interesting class to four. Let's put our hands together for them.
Well, congratulations in Class 33 here in Division 2 of your Limousin Bull Show. First place exhibited behind Davis Limousin Ranch, Brownwood, Texas. Second place, and congratulations, will go to Weiss Limousin and White Valley Ranch with WVR Night Swatch 168L. Third place was exhibited by David Phillips of Gary, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. First and seconds are entering the ring. Our judge, Mr. Tyler Bush, will select his champion reserve here in Division 2.
As we get this next division out here and get the chance to go pick these two for champion reserve, I think it's fun. I love the bull showing deal, and for being a bull guy, it's fun to see other breeds and the sizes and maturity patterns and just the quality that they bring to the table. This was a cool division. Let's put our hands together, go show you the two I like.
Well, congratulations, Division 2 champion here in your Limousin show, coming out of Class 32. Congratulations, Tanner Curtin, Oxford, Iowa, with Curtin's Game Changer 17L. And congratulations, Reserve Champion Division 2, coming out of our second class in this division. Davis Limousin Ranch, Brownwood, Texas, with DL Let Us Pray 087LET. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now look to get started here with Division 3.
Just a single entry October bull, and I think very good. He's got some quality to him. Certainly stout and wide pin, has some good shape there to his lower quarter and stifle. He's big and bold in that rib cage. Maybe my biggest issue with him is maybe gets a little turned out up front, maybe not quite as secure about that ankle at times, but I love that bull's maturity, size, and just pattern there. Congratulations to you on a nice single entry.
Well, congratulations, Division 3 Limousin Champion Bull, going to back number 9366. That's ZSZS Kodiak ET, exhibited by Zachary Snyder, Fort Scott, Kansas. We're now going to bring in Class 35 here in Division 4.
Another just single entry, but folks, this bull's pretty sporty. You talk about one that has to have the build to get out and go because they got so much more substance and body shape and just power. That's that calf right there. He's awesome footed. He's so comfortable and secure at the ground. Weighing in about a ton, I presume. A neat looking bull just in terms of his head and neck. I think that one balances up and gives just a killer look. Young man's done a great job getting this one ready. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 35 over here in the Limousin show. First place will go to LRCC Hidden Treasure 117K, exhibited by Trace Falkenstein, Oswego, Kansas. We'll now look to see Class 36. This will be your final class here in Division 4.
Another single entry is we got a Mabel of last year, and this one's design is excellent. He's so crisp and fresh in terms of his lines and condition. It's hard getting these bulls to this weight and still keeping them fresh and shapely and not too soft. I think this firm's done a great job managing this bull. I think he's got some intriguing pieces. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 36 in the Limousin ring. First place, go to back number 9370. That's LFL Kryptonite 2066K, exhibited by Colt Parkinson, Levelland, Texas. We'll now bring those two class winners back in. Our judge will select his Division 4 champion reserve.
Well, no doubt, another tough class here, and they're good from top to bottom. Wouldn't expect any different. Probably the easiest thing for me to do in this class is go ahead and lead off with this young lady's heifer. She come in the ring, grabs your attention. That one's so neat in her center body and so fresh and cool about her head and neck. One that I think's ultra mobile when we ask the cattle to go. Just one that just does a lot of good things right for me within this particular class. Second and third are kind of two different types in kind. I just thought this one's center body and just outward rib shape was probably just a nickel better in this pair of cattle. She's got some advantage in terms of some height and top side of her shoulder there. She's a little bigger one in comparison to the heifer in third. But I like that one's bone work. I like that one's natural rib shape and how it comes out of the top side of her skeleton. A little more moderate heifer here that just does a lot of things right. She sounds structured, one that I think gets out and reaches. Like I said, she's probably not quite that cool-headed up front. She's got enough arrogance, maybe just like to extend her up there, because that one still does a lot of things right for me. The heifer in fourth is one that out here when we walked him again, I just wish that one would get out and go out of her front end just a little easier and a little more comfortable, because that one's got some body and got some shape to her, just like that one to get out and reach out of her front end. I like the heifer here coming next. She's a little greener in her condition, probably not quite as soft in her center body as the cattle on up above her. Hey, but that one keeps maturing and doing the right things. I think she'll have an awfully bright future. The heifer that comes next wants to just kind of get out of balance there. She just doesn't probably have that center mid-rib in comparison to where her chest sits, but still one that I think's got some quality. The heifer that comes next, the remaining trio of cattle are ones that I think, you know, these classes are deep and there's good cattle all the way through them. This one here probably just gets a little parallel in her body shape. I wish that one just had a little more natural rib there in the center of her body, but still a good structured sort of heifer. The two heifers that round out the class are ones that maybe just get a little restricted here and there, and I'd like to tweak a few things there, but still quality cattle. Congratulations.
Both single entries here in this particular division, but like I spoke about them then, I think a couple of bulls that are so good in terms of their design, their ability to be comfortable in terms of their skeleton and how they hit the surface, and then be managed so well and be so fresh and good looking in their kind. That bull up front, though, that one's kind of my speed. Congratulations, you'll be your champion. You'll be your reserve.
Well, congratulations over here in the Limousin ring. Your Division 4 champion goes to Trace Falkenstein, Oswego, Kansas, with LRCC Hidden Treasure 117K. Reserve champion will go to Colt Parkinson, Levelland, Texas, with LFL Kryptonite 2066K. We'll now welcome in Class 37 here in your bull show. Back over to the Hereford ring. Results out of Class 20 pulled spring heifer calves. First place went to KJ 746D Coco Madonna 201 LET, exhibited by Ella Weldon, Piedmont, Oklahoma. Second place is exhibited by Shelby Seymour of Sigel, Illinois. Third place and congratulations went to Brendan Brown of Troop, Texas. Fourth place went to Elizabeth and Elijah Crum of Andarko, Oklahoma. Fifth place and congratulations, Paisley Van Horn, Morgantown, Indiana. Sixth place in that class was exhibited by Madeline Cooper and Wyatt Weber. Seventh place and congratulations, Addison and Connolly Ward, Oak Grove, Missouri. Eighth place went to Peyton and Paige Henderson. And ninth place exhibited by Brooke and Elena Aw. Down the ring is Class 21. These are pulled spring heifer calves born March of 23.
Just another single entry here on the Lemmy Bull side, but I think an excellent representation for his age. You talk about a soft-haired, highly presented bull. This crew did an excellent job. That one's so level and good down his top line, square there out of his hip. I love how youthful but yet manly he looks about his head and neck and his shoulder shape. Is still stout and powerful. We get him out and go, and he maybe wasn't quite as secure there out of those rear two as we get him pushing and keeping him mobile. But I think still a really good bull. Congratulations to you.
Well, congratulations in Class 37. First place will go to back number 9371. That's Minnow King Julian 011 KET, exhibited by James David Byers, Minor Limousin, and Broken Wide Cattle Company. We're now going to bring in Class 38 here in your bull show.
As we've kept talking and kept moving here through this Lemmy Bull show, I keep continually being impressed with the quality. The older these bulls are getting, it's hard to manage these bulls at this age and this weight and keeping them so fresh. But that's what I like about this bull so much. His feet and legs are so cracked and square. He's so soft and comfortable the way he gets out, just the way he cruises across the ring. He doesn't skip a beat. On top of still being soft and good-bodied and having plenty of muscle, I like his maturity and look up front. This has been a fun show. Excited to take a look at these two for division.
Well, congratulations in Class 38, your final class here in our Limousin Bull Show. First place went to Ratliff Killing Time ET, exhibited by Thomas & Son Farms, Boonesboro, Maryland.
We get these two out here for division, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but again, I think the quality is super high. I think two very high quality animals have the ability to be competitive at this national level. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for both these exhibitors. I'll show you the one I like to win.
Well, congratulations here in Division 5, your champion, Thomas & Son Farms with Ratliff Killin' Time ET. And reserve champion, congratulations, goes to James David Byers, Minor Limousin, and Broken Wide Cattle Company with Minnow King Julian 011 KET. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors at this time over here in the Limousin ring. We're going to bring those division champion reserves over and select a grand and reserve grand champion bull. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, as they enter the ring, let's put our hands together for all of our Limousin exhibitors here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Another nice class that runs deep, and these two heifers come in first and second, and they caught my eye right away. This one is so elegant about how she handles her shoulder, and one that's so neat and arrogant when she gets her park. That one's up-headed. She's so good in her lines and balances so well for a heifer that I think's in just good rig today to come. Her main advantage for me when the cattle go away is that one's just got a little more spread, a little more width or base width underneath her in comparison to this heifer in second. Heifer in second long term, I think this one's got a shot because she proportions so well for me. Everything just fits. She's awesome in her condition, a little lean, one that I think as she progresses is only going to continue to get better. She's not quite as pulled apart as that class winner when you get in behind the cattle, and that's where the advantage is today. But boy, on long term, I think she's got a lot of future ahead of her. This one just keeps working her way up the class because she just does things right. It maybe doesn't come in an extra special sort of package, but one that I think is just real good at the surface. She's got a nice enough look and a nice, good enough center rib cage for me, maybe just not quite as wowy as a couple of them heifers on up above her. This heifer here will grab your attention because they did a whale of a job putting her together. She just gets plenty flat-sided for me. She probably just needs pulled apart when you ask the cattle to go from behind. She wants to just kind of taper there in her muscle, but that one's so good in her line still. I like that heifer going out there. The two heifers that come next, I thought this one was just a little more natural in her rib cage, just in terms of how she held herself together on the move, just in her spine. I thought that was her advantage in this particular pair. This one's good looking and cool through her front 1/3. Kind of just wants to push up in her spine, maybe just wants to get a little broken down there behind her blade and into her shoulder. Like to kind of smooth that up. Young man's doing a nice enough job here today. Just kind of hard to get a look and a read on this heifer, but I think she'll make a nice project down the road. And the heifer that rounds out just gives up a little too much in center body for me today, but still a long level hip sort of heifer. Congratulations to all them exhibitors.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get you those placings in just a moment in the Hereford ring. Back over in the Limousin ring, our judge is about to select his grand and reserve grand champion bull here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Before he does, we would like to award the 2024 Herdsman of the Year for the Limousin Association. We'd like to represent Mr. Tucker Parkinson as the Herdsman of the Year for 2024. If we could please have the grandparents, parents, and brother of Mr. Tucker Parkinson come to the ring. Well, before we turn the mic over to Mr. Bush, real quick in the Hereford ring, results of Class 21. First place exhibited by Lauren Frederick Hutchinson, Kansas, with GS Rosemary L17ET. Second place was exhibited by Claiborne Perry of Madison, Mississippi. Third place, and congratulations, Callie Joe Borden. Fourth place, exhibited by Matilda Graham of DeWitt, Michigan. Fifth place went to Grady Gage and Graham Creamer of Waxahachie, Texas. Sixth place went to Carlisle Bremen. Seventh place, and congratulations to Track Shockley. Eighth place in that class will go to Caden and Corbin Perry. Now in the ring over here in the Hereford Rings, Class 22, pulled spring heifer calves, born March of 23.
We bring all these bulls out here for the final drive of this bull show, and each division's well represented, obviously, and maybe didn't quite have as big a numbers as we did in the female show, but I darn sure guarantee the quality is equally as good, and the two a guy gets to use are just as high quality and fun to evaluate for me, and certainly a pleasure. Sorting the bull show, being a bull guy back home, and that's what we do for making a living. It's fun for me to come out here and see what you guys have going on in your breed, and seeing, the foot structure has just been incredible today, and I love that. The bone's big, it's heavy, the cattle have muscle, they're sound, and they still have a good look. I think you guys are heading in an awesome direction, and it's been a pleasure of mine to evaluate your guys' breed today. I want to thank the Limousin Breed and the Cattlemen's Congress for having me out here, but let's go ahead and put your hands together for the people that put on the show, these exhibitors, breeders, everybody that's been involved. I'm going to go ahead and pick your champion or reserve bull.
And congratulations, Grand Champion Limousin Bull goes to Ratliff Killing Time ET, exhibited by Thomas & Son Farms, Boonesboro, Maryland. And congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion coming out of Division II. Congratulations, Tanner Curtin, Oxford, Iowa, with Curtin's Game Changer 17L. Again, congratulations, all of our Limousin exhibitors and breeders today here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Special thank you to our judge, Mr. Tyler Bush of Britain, South Dakota.
one other nice class here over in the Hereford side. And here's one that's going to win this class. She did it when she walked in. This one's so comfortable at the surface. I love her bone and her footwork. Still one with that much power and that much bone. She's still good enough in her shoulder and good enough looking on the move. She's just the one that does the most things right for me. From there back, there's a few different challenges just because there's some different types and kinds. The longer this one out here, I think she's one that just kind of has the brightest future of the remaining cattle. Just in terms of long term, I thought she was a little better in her knee, just maybe a little squarer out of her hip in comparison to the two cattle behind her. Just does the most things right of the next three cattle. The heifer that comes next is one that'll grab your attention because she's got big feet and she's good in her center body. She wants to kind of get a little lower in her pin set there and just maybe gets a little uncoordinated when we ask the cattle to go. Just wish that one could just kind of hold up her top just a little bit better, maybe just get out and reach off them back too. The longer this one was out here, I just wonder long term if this one's knee is just all the way right for me. She kind of wants to get a little forward there. If we could set that back into her, I like that one's overall balance and look. She's long and good hip. Her tail head sits in there right. I just like to set her back in her knee ever so slightly. The heifer that comes next, one that just gets a little parallel in her body, I guess, in comparison to the cattle on up above her. She's still got a nice enough look about her, still good enough at the surface. Just like to give her a little more true, genuine rib shape. The heifer that comes next was one that I think you got to appreciate the extra width that she brings to the table. One that I think's got a nice enough future because she's good at the surface. Just wish this one kind of balanced just in her underline. She kind of wants to get a little plainer there from her chest all the way up into her flank. Just like to kind of balance that up. The heifer that comes next is one that I think of the remaining trio was just cooler in her line. She's leveler down her spine. She ain't the stoutest one of the remaining trio. I'd like to stouten her up to run with the cattle above her, but still a nice enough heifer. There's a little more power in this heifer that comes next. Just kind of like to soften her up in her body. She wants to get a little jammed up there out of her shoulder, like to soften her center rib. And the young man's heifer that rounds out just gets a little plainer in this particular class, but still a nice enough heifer in her own right. Congratulations to all them junior exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in our final class in this division. First place exhibited by Fallon Gore with TR 6624 Celeste 16 LET. Second place and congratulations go to Mabry Howard of Allen, Oklahoma. Third place exhibited by Elliot Byers of Mason, Michigan. Fourth place was exhibited by Drew Ballard of Inman, Kansas. Fifth place and congratulations went to Ava and Brimley Dewig of St. Paul, Indiana. Sixth place exhibited by Cameron Oakes of Tologa, Oklahoma. Seventh place was exhibited by Cami Evig of Prague, Oklahoma. Eighth place and congratulations Maya and Bianca Bevan. Ninth place was exhibited by Elijah and Elizabeth Crum. At this time, we're going to bring those first and seconds in. Our judge will select a champion reserve here in Division 2 of your pulled spring heifer calves.
For champions, only the best will do. At Purina Honor Show, we're the feed company champions trust. Our livestock feed is developed and trusted by industry leaders, backed by decades of expertise. But we don't stop there. We have more than 120 years of research-driven solutions and over 125 approved patents backing us, because champions deserve the best. Purina Honor Show, where champions feed greatness.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to bring those first and seconds in, and our judge, Mr. Brian Fox, will select his champion reserve here, Division 2 of your pulled spring heifer calves.
But once again, what a great division out here, and this lineup is awfully impressive here. All six of these heifers, I think, represent quality. There's a little bit of differences, tweaks here and there, but boy, I mean, all the basics in terms of freshness and body and structural integrity, a lot of these cattle do all them things very, very well. It gets tied up here in this particular division, but there's two I like awfully well. I'll go take one more peek and get you a champion reserve in this division. Congratulations to all these young people.
Well, congratulations, your division champion coming out of class 20. That was KJ 746D Coco Madonna 201 LET, owned by Ella Weldon, Piedmont, Oklahoma, bred by Kevin Jensen, Cortland, Kansas. And congratulations, your reserve division goes to Fallon Gore with TR 6624 Celeste 16 LET. Again, congratulations to all of those exhibitors. We'll now get started with your next division, first class in, class 23, Polled Junior Heifer Calves, born February of 23.
From the chutes to the stalls, barns to the big leagues, Sullivan Supply has you covered with innovative products designed for success. But it's not just about the products, it's about the experience. Our dedicated team is passionate about providing exceptional customer service and understands your unique challenges and goals. For us, it's more than just a business. It's a genuine commitment to our industry. With Sullivan Supply, you can trust that you're not just a customer. You are a part of our team, driven by passion, innovation, and excellence. Sullivan Supply, committed to you.